should have checked Twitch, shouldn't I? Might have been back on Twitch. Just waiting. Let's have a look. Are we there? Anyone see? Are we live? Are we? It's not even showing us the thing, is it? What's it? Anybody see that? Yes.
Yeah, that's nice, Pat.
Buster.
Oh, it's playing.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your place. Got one chance. Just get what you mind was all I ever want. Chance. Finding knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life. True society spinning. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the soft say. I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
true. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Evident reason, starting circles and lines and conclusions, constructing the nature of what's logical.
We call this proof.
Conclusions clear and the evidence seen. 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding back roots in geometry. I don't care what all the soft say. I'll find the proofs in reality.
Geometry is true.
You can do for good with an angle. And all around you sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely.
Open your mind.
Sounds like there's two songs playing at once.
Oh, was there? Oh. Sorry, I'm not listening to it. I can't do that. I'm sorry, everybody. We are live. And I probably messed that up. Probably had two songs playing at the same time. Is it maybe still two playing now? I don't know. Sorry about that. That's the first mess up of an intro I've had. I'm going to take Ravens off. Server mute. Welcome. It is a bit of a mess up at the beginning there, but it is Thursday and it is Euclid night. And I've done the straight line again because there seems to be a bit of a, I don't know, we've been going over proof this week. Euclid, best night for proof. But proof of a straight line. Crazy concept. Who'd need to do that? Really strange. Been going over it today and what the point is of it all. So initially, I'll go over this. The whole point of me being here was because somebody questioned me. So they made me question myself as to whether level was horizontal. Was it a straight line? I mean, I've only been told that it was a straight line. I've been taught it was a straight line. And my logical process had obviously told me to believe it is a straight line. So why not think it is a straight line? But I mean, who would challenge you normally? What sort of a arena, what sort of a conversation would you ever have to be in where somebody made you challenge yourself as to whether a level is a straight line? Which I don't think many people would ever be put in that situation. Or nobody would ever take it on as a challenge. Somebody said, is level horizontal? Like, yeah, of course it is. And then somebody would say, well, I don't think it is. And it'd be, well, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't make any difference. Apart from the arena where I came into it, somebody did it far more publicly than that. Started shouting and even got an account banned from Twitter for abusive comments. He was telling Twitter that I was a child abuser. And he got an account banned. Fight the Flat Earth, that is. Seeing as we've been going over some of the hate or whatever, the condescending tones that people give to other people in conversation. It's not very good. So I'm here because of that sort of conversation. But like I say, most people wouldn't have the time to do it. I'm a carer. I've plenty of spare time. And I definitely wouldn't be here if I had a proper job. Because, there's people who want to Mullins you out of the arena. So there's only a fair few people that would bother sticking around. But yeah, ask to question yourself. Is level horizontal? Is it not horizontal? Is it a circle? It's a big, massive circle that everybody says is horizontal in all the dictionaries and all the definitions, in all of the trades, all of the tools, I say, and that's the bone of contention that we went to, was level's a straight line. All of the tools say it's a straight line. The definitions say it's a straight line. And all the training that I've ever had says it's a straight line. Everybody in the building trade knows that level's a straight line. If your level's not straight, it's bent and it goes in the skip. There's no such thing as a curved level. They don't exist. So the statement was that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And I came into a group of to find out. I mean, where do you ask that question? I mean, it's pretty obvious that there's only one group of people that would have a problem with level being horizontal. But they're the ones that brought me in. Not the flat earthers. I came looking for the guys that were saying that level wasn't horizontal. I purposely came to ask them. and ended up meeting a load of people, and we're now in a gang. We've got got a gang of people here, just sort of chatting about this sort of stuff. These are these people with these questions, similar questions. I mean, I'm saying that level is horizontal, and there is a proof, and here's a test, and all of that. We'll get round to that in a bit. It's been around for a couple of years now. I've been around doing this sort of stuff for a couple of years, talking to people, and they've been saying that they've been telling me it's not. People say it's there's proof that it isn't. People say well, people say all sorts of things. Most people have heard it. I'm going to go over the test again, but we're going to go over the reasons why the test in the first place. Right, so there we go. Get rid of this. We are live. Right. This is a message that I've just received. It says 31 minutes ago. Probably done about 15 minutes before that. So, for Blue Marble Science, one of the Globe scientists, and this is about a test, right? We went over it last night, a bit about the straight line test. So he says, I'm not sure if you can't see your own fallacious reasoning, or you're simply knowingly misleading people, but either way, you're wrong. This is me. This is Blue saying this to me. I know exactly what a straight line is, and I know that I can't define the curvature of a line with only 2 points, like the two ends of a water level. Did you know that the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway is a wonderful example of what you're doing wrong? Are you aware that when you eliminate a midpoint, you can and have made the false claim that the causeway is flat, i.e. a straight line, but including any midpoint position shows how wrong that assumption is? Do you think that there may be a reason why nobody has made any legitimate attempt to refute that data or show where it's wrong? It isn't going away, you know. Now, it's a bit confusing, and Blue's probably getting all mixed up, and he's in a couple of different conversations, but the test is a straight line test, as we'll be going over it. But a water level normally is just a tube with two ends. And the water fills up, and you can see the water level in both ends. I've got one here. I can go on the board in a bit. I'll go over that. So, what Blue's saying is, I'm not sure you can't see your own fallacious reasoning or simply knowing that. He says he knows exactly what a straight line is, and I know that I can't define the curvature of a line. A line's a straight in mathematics, with only 2 points like the two ends of a water level. I don't know. You can.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
What does it mean, eliminate the midpoint? Who eliminated the midpoint?
I don't know. They're in a traditional water level. There is no midpoint. Well, there is a midpoint. Obviously, there's a midpoint in everything. Everything that has a length has a midpoint. How you eliminate that midpoint, I've not got a clue. I mean, do you... the midpoint's always going to be there, isn't it?
Of course. And the claim is from one end of Lake Rakia to the other end, there's a 90-foot hump of water.
In the
That's
middle.
your midpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's your midpoint, Blue. Who's
That's
eliminating what here?
Is that the third point he's saying? Is that he needs to have the third point to show the hump?
I don't know. He's
Up
saying
one
that it's
side to the
eliminated.
middle.
Yeah.
Up one side to the middle and then down the other. Well, it's eliminated in a straight line because there's only 2 points for a straight line, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point is, he's claiming if you eliminate it and you have the midpoint, who's eliminating what? We're laughing at you saying in your model there's a 90-foot hump of water. We're not eliminating anything. We're laughing.
Well, we're saying that's one of the methods that you can use in order to show how to extend a straight line, right? I'm not too sure what Blue's thinking about, and this is a way that we're going to go about how to prove a straight line, right? I mean, that's the challenge, or the question is stating that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane gets you called a child abuser, right? So you have to prove it, or you have to disprove it. Now, I say I've got a proof, and this is how we do it geometrically, logically, and we're going to build through that, right? We're going to go through those tests. But surely on the other side, if we say there is a proof, and here's the claim that, you know, this is done and it's been used within industry and all of that as standard, if they say nuh-uh, they must put up another counterclaim. I can keep working through this, but what Blue's trying to say there is some sort of paralogism, right? He's trying to work a way around justifying a proof that he knows is there. Right, this conversation that we're having now, because of what Blue's done, and Brandon had a problem with it yesterday, and we're going to go over and have a look at Slice Barcane, his misunderstanding of it as well. It's just about a straight line. I don't know, he's eliminating a midpoint. You can't eliminate a midpoint. A midpoint is halfway. Even. If you think of a distance from A to B as a straight line, well, then you could put the midpoint as the center of a circle, and you would have a radius going one way and a radius going the other way. On a vertical plane, you could draw a circle, and that would be a straight line across the center from A to B, with equal semicircles above and below. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, anyone could think that. You could do it. You could draw it. Now, what Blue says is that the midpoint isn't on that straight line. But I say it is. Blue says, oh, no, there's a 90-foot hump in the middle. And you can't prove otherwise. Well, you can, because a circle is the same as the diameter, is the same as the radius. And so you can't really eliminate a midpoint, because it's a point. It doesn't exist. It's just a location marker. But I think I know what Blue's getting at within the water level test, and he's wrong. Very, very wrong about eliminating a midpoint of anything. So we'll go over this. Blue's getting mixed up between a straight line test we call in realizing Euclid, straight line test, and Lake Pontchartrain, and some bogus thing that he's had to do with unclamping stuff because he's followed a wizard into an argument that he shouldn't have. Hoymar was the one to bring it back, so thank you, Hoymar. It's still working wonders. Lake Pontchartrain. Wait till we get on LIGO again. How many times have we been round LIGO? Round and round. We're waiting for that one to come back again. Once we start with the straight lines, you're almost guaranteed to end up at LIGO. But we won't go there at the minute, Blue. We'll just deal with the basic, simple, straight line segment and the proof of a straight line. Sounds good. So thanks, Blue, for the going over it. Right now, anybody want to comment on anything that, I don't know, before we get into the Sly Sparkane thing, going over his interpretation of the original test and his test? No? Okay, so go over this again. This is Euclid night, and this entire thing, the entire, let's say, debate that I'm in the middle of, I've come into a conversation where all I'm saying is, some dude said I'm a child abuser because I say that level is horizontal. Anybody here got any proof of curvature or any anything like that? Does anybody know what the argument is? And nobody did. Nobody knows anything about it. So what I did, start thinking about it logically. It's very simple. You've got a water level. Now, if you're stood at one end of it, what happens to the other end in relationship to the end that you've got hold of? Right? Both of the water levels are at the same height, and if you move them separate apart, they stay at the same height. There's no drop at the other side, because that would necessitate an equalizing of the water, or a flow of water. That's what would happen in a river or a stream or whatever. If it's lower at one end, the water will go in that direction. It only stops when they are both at the same height. So if you take that and say you move the water levels, let's say a 400 meter water level. It's very long, I know, but would the water levels be equal again? At the same height? I would say yes, because otherwise it would drop and there would be a stream or a flow or whatever of water until it did equalize out. So the water level is a tool for finding an equal altitude above the land. So that's it, a water level. That's all a water level is, to find out where level from one end to the other. Now, if that's what a water level does, the contention is, I say that level is horizontal. I say that line that's established wherever those ends of the water level are is always level and horizontal, meaning always on the same horizontal plane, as in a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Simple. Now, the contention, as you will find out, comes from a certain group of people that get very triggered at the mention or the thought that a water level might be a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, because they have a model that we've since found out there are no horizontal planes or lines on the model at all. They don't exist, because horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. And they get all messed up when they talking about verticals and angles of down, differing angles of down. Sounds crazy. We'll try and get rid of that in a minute. But the idea of the water level being a tool with it, just a big tube, like a hose pipe, if you will, stretched out 400 meters, filled up with water. The water at one end is the same level as the water at the other end, and you can move them wherever you want. Now, those 2 points of the water level, if you were to draw a straight line, or imagine, if you will, because we are doing geometry, right? It's a conceptual thing. You have the shortest distance between those 2 points would be a straight line. Now, my claim it would be that the water level is completely on that one straight line or plane. All of it. A horizontal plane. And that all of those horizontal planes are parallel. Just a reality claim. No more. No more than that. I've got no model in mind. Just the statement that in reality, that's what I know to be true. So the question is that to prove the straight line, well, we call this realizing Euclid. And I hope I've got a picture of it. Let me see. What would it be under? Book 11. Put that up there for a minute. So, book 11 in Euclid states, because this is the bit where Euclid moves into 3D solid geometry, the geometry that you can actually do things with. Up until this point, he's been dealing with 2D conceptual geometry, but that's just to ready yourself for this reality geometry. This is where it's practiced in reality. Architects and builders and planners, map makers, cartographers, all that sort of stuff is done in reality. So it says in the definition of book 3, has to redefine a straight line. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in the plane. So a straight line is perpendicular. Right, this is important. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Because at right angles, perpendicular, means the meeting of two straight lines. But obviously, because we're talking about in reality, geometry in reality, a straight line is this is solid geometry. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Pretty simple about what a straight line is. And then a plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. Simple statement. So all of the straight lines to a plane, all of the perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. That's basically what that's saying. So that's the definition of a straight line. I think I might need to go and take a picture of this because I should save these all of the time. Now, this is proposition 1 in Euclid, right after the definitions. I'll put it in the live chat. Just the bit at the bottom. I'll read that. I will just get you a picture of the right. So it says one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. Pretty simple. So you cannot have one part of a straight line be within a plane and another part not. All of the straight lines must lie within a plane. Share straight line segments within the plane, always, none of it without the plane. And there's a picture here to show. It says, since the straight line AB is in a plane, then the produced in that plane, it can be produced in that plane. Let it be produced to D, and let any plane pass through the straight line AD, and be turned about it until it passed through point C. Then because points B and C are in this plane, the straight line BC is in it. Therefore, there are two straight lines, ABC and ABD, in the same plane that have a common section AB. But this is impossible. A reductio ad absurdum. It cannot happen. It goes to show that Euclid used logic to say that, you know, it's impossible. There are statements to facts that are impossible. So you cannot have a straight line lying within a plane and then not within a plane. It's a reductio ad absurdum. So that's what the idea is, to use that sort of logical reasoning that Euclid does to state with this test, right? So the idea is, if a water level is, say, 400 meters long and it's level from either end, then if you were to just move one of those ends to the center, so to make it 200 meters, the water level would still be on the same level. It wouldn't be in a different plane. It would still be in the same plane. It's the claim I'm saying. because water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal, then the laws of logic and the laws of geometry should also apply. So you could use this principle about the straight line to be able to replicate this in reality. Now, for my reasoning, there would be no need for anybody to do this. None at all. Just a straight line. Surely nobody would need to question anybody to state that a straight line is anything. So I'll get you a statement from my level. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that will disagree with this, and the reason that they disagree with it is because they don't really understand what's going on. But this tool is a water level. Now, surprisingly enough, this is old school. This was around way before they had a theodolite. It was around much before they had an auto level even. In fact, it's always been around water. So therefore, it being level is a known fact. I mean, nobody doubts that water level is level, do they? No, nobody would. So, this is just from Wikipedia, a little statement about, I mean, because when we're trying to prove a straight line in reality and trying to keep it cheap and make it so tests can be done by anybody and we can all get a simple understanding of it. So in order to find a tool in order to help us, aid us with this, so we've got a water level here is any device. I've put the little yellow bit over that. Any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Now, horizontal's a straight line, and a horizontal plane is a straight line, because a plane is a plane and horizontal is an orientation. So a water level being a tool, any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. So that seems like the ideal tool for us to do this test. But now we need some way. Yes, Captain Caveman, any device. Like a canal would be a really, I would consider that a device for establishing a horizontal plane of reference in the canal. It would definitely tell you if there's an elevation change anywhere, and because a lock would be needed. It's the perfect leveling thing, I would say. Big long ones anyway. It says the simplest water level is a section of clear tubing partially filled with water. Water is easily procured and easily discarded after use. The ends are held vertical and the rest of the tubing lies on the ground or floor. The water level at each end of the tube will be at the same elevation, whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. Well, that's understandable, right? The same elevation. it also says a horizontal plane of reference. So, I mean, could you infer that elevation is the horizontal plane? I mean, I'd say so. In my understanding of what this tool does and surveying does and all of that. Now, it may be upsetting for people to hear that these are the definitions and the understanding of it, but we're not just going to go and say these things. Obviously, this is a proof. We have to build on this understanding in order to get to the test, and the understanding of the test comes through this geometric procedure. So we know that the tool is a horizontal plane. This says it's a horizontal plane. We definitely know that both ends of this water level will be equal and even. They say it's at the same elevation. And geometrically, we know that 2 points, the shortest distance between 2 points, will be a straight line or a plane in reality, right? So this being an elevation plane, you could say, it's got a dotted line all the way along there, establishing that it's a horizontal plane, that this can go anywhere with no deviation. It doesn't state a length. It says here, the water level is lower tech than the laser level, but it can be more accurate over long distances and works without a sight line. Another important thing to remember. Without a sight line. So, everybody all right with everything there? Nothing too complicated. We've got a basic water level, a tube, and we put water in it. Now, is there any size for the tube, any amount of water that would make any difference within that? Or would the water always do an equal? Who knows? So, A and B, straight line. Now, we need to work out some sort of a test. So we had that, and we've had a few different ideas, but I think I'll just get it on. I think this is a... Can you guys see that? Oh. I'm going to jump onto my stream in the Discord, right? This is a guy called Sly Sparkane. And the top comment is pinned here, Jesse Kozlowski. This is a year ago. Oh, and look, here's the main surveyor and cosmonaut and Rockin' Robbins. Oh, these are all Bendy Light and Crow. Jesse. There's quite a few comments here about regular people. All right, in Jesse's comment here, I'll read this out. It's amazing to me how long Bev can sustain his note of distortion on and on and on. Meanwhile, he shows a surveyor's auto level on camera, but doesn't know a single thing about how it operates internally. I mean, come on. What makes that instrument level in the first place, Bev? He repeatedly repeats level is synonymous with horizontal, which means he hasn't even looked at the instrument's instruction manual. He calls me, and oh, this might be a good one. Wow, look at this. He calls me and Larry Scott and the main surveyor, it quotes, not real surveyors, while he hasn't any kind of surveyor at all. He surrounds himself with people like Rodney and Cleary. Who are they? Who both are clueless about surveying, because these guys all reject the most basic fundamental principles of surveying based upon actual measurements. Just a few questions for Bev and his crew of fans. Will he state beforehand what order of accuracy standard they intend to achieve? Will they state what specification protocol they will be following to achieve their stated accuracy goal? Will they include any published benchmark discs set by the UK Ordnance Survey in their level network like real surveyors would? Will they share their observation data, i.e. their fieldwork records, as I do and the main surveyor does? We're going to do a surveying week. These guys are geniuses. I doubt they can even achieve the lowest order of accuracy. I bet they cannot close their level loop to better than 3 centimetres. Not millimetres, I said centimetres, lol. In 1 kilometre, which isn't good enough to design the right grade for a sewer pipe. Lol. Hilarious. Bev talks about me so much he knows he cannot explain away anything I've shared based entirely on higher order surveying control procedures used in the tunnel and bridge construction, in which he must dismiss by rejecting actual published surveying methods and procedures practiced by actual real surveyors. That's Jesse Kozlowski, everybody. He was the top globe surveyor. He's gone now. I don't know what made him leave. It's a shame. He might come back. You never know. I don't think he will, though. They have got Larry. Larry's still around. Shout out, Larry. Oh, we'll go over a surveyors week and talk about the surveyors. So, this is what Sly Sparkane's called. He's called it Flat Earth. Bev versus Honesty. But there's nothing to do with the flat earth here. This is a test about a straight line. Shared straight line. Using Euclidean principles. And, like we said, in order to show the straight line, we thought we'd use a tool that establishes a horizontal. Now, the very fact that I said that level is horizontal is what brought me in here. I'm not a flat earther, but level is horizontal. And like, we've got a group here, people. We are doing these tests. It's called Realizing Euclid. We're doing these tests in reality as simple as possible. No big deal. There just seems to be a load of people who obviously have a model that get really upset about us doing this. No big problem. But we'll go over this. Is everybody all right with that? And we'll go. Are you ready to go on with this? Because this is I've never really bothered going over any of these things. Videos of what other people make of the test. Now I think we went over Brandon yesterday and his misunderstanding. That was us trying to explain. Now I think this may be other people taking me trying to explain it to everybody, but like I've said, in order for you to get this test, then you're better off coming round and I'll try my best to explain it to everyone, but if anybody's got an individual questions about it that I don't go over, just come and ask us. It's the easiest way to do it. Talk to anybody about this. Like I say, we've already done it. A cheaper version as well. We made it even less. So this is 38 minutes, 55 seconds. Flat Earth, Bev versus Honesty.
Well, greetings and salutations, everybody. I've been on night shift all week, and what do you call it? I was trying to, a month. Yeah, I'm sorry, months, plural. A result deliberately that will only be called flat.
There we go.
He was on Ranty's show, and in the first about 15 minutes of the show, he outlined what his test is, and I'm going to show you that he's actually designed his test with geometry in mind to produce a result deliberately that will only be called flat. He's done this.
It's a straight line test. So, yeah, it's called realizing Euclid in order to find out and show that a straight line does not lie partly within a plane and partly without it. It's not flat. It's just realizing Euclid, solid geometry, book 11, proposition 1. That's our test. Nothing to do with flat. But certain people are obsessed with model and model afflicted. They can't get it out of their heads. And this guy, Sly, he's one of them.
On purpose. This is deliberate. So, but since he likes to always bring up my water tests, I'm just going to do a quick rundown so it's all in the same video.
Oh, good.
I had a much longer thing that I was going to say on this, and oh my god, the amount of audio that I had to cut for it, but I just said screw it. We're just not going to do that. I'm just going to run down my tests real quick first, because mine are the easiest ones, and they're all pretty much the same.
Wow,
I have 3 versions of the same test. We all know it. Let me go ahead and show you this here. Everybody can hear me, right? And everybody.
You all good? Is that good enough for you guys on YouTube? Is it sounding okay? I'll hang about for a bit with until we get I might have to do something about the turn up the levels of what's it sound like? Get an okay from the thumbs up or whatever from YouTube's. I don't know how big the delay is. But this is good. I didn't even know Slice Barcane was going over his test. We call this one the first one, the leaky water level test. But then he's redone it, I think. Yeah, sound. Good. Okie dokie. So, Slice Barcane's test. Now, we got the Ruhif numbers from Ruhif, where we got because the initial thing with the water level, we say it's horizontal. So the idea is, if it's not horizontal, what is it? Does it drop from where you are, or is there a hump in the middle? Which is, the logical statements and the turnaround of how you have to logically think about this would show that it's either a drop or a hump. Now, model afflicted paralogisms stop people from seeing that as a problem and a contradiction, as being both a drop and a hump, drop and a rise over distance, when the obvious answer is that it's just horizontal. And we're just doing a test to show it's a straight line. Obviously, model afflicted people have a difference. Here we go. This is a confused mind of the globe model believer.
You can see everything. All right, so this was the bug test 1 that I originally did. This is the one that I had the Indiegogo funding campaign for, and I still have all of the equipment and all of the tubes. All the tubes are down in my basement, taking up half of my basement space. Anyway.
Wow, he's got all of the tubes still. He had the Indiegogo GoFundMe campaign to get this tube to do this test, and that's what he's going to talk about. I don't know whether people realise this. Slice Barcane and the bending water level test. turned out all leaky, but I mean, let's see what he says.
Wait, just to show you what it is, these are 16 upright, this was the first one, 16 upright tubes, all connected together. And the purpose of having all of them connected together is to make it into one unified level of water. And then at the very end of it, have a camera looking down the tubes while they're all in a straight line. And because of the fact that they will be looking down the tubes, it will be able to easily be observable if there's curvature to the water or not. And before I hear anything about this,
Can you see that? We're looking for curvature to the water. There's a hump. Like this one. No hump. They're just all on one line. And this one here. There's all of these ones. They're all at different level. Do you want me to get that? Boom. Look at that. Ooh. They're all sorts of different ones. Look at this one's way down here. This one's up here. And ooh.
Because of the tangent, this camera is not looking over a hump. This is not a hump. I know it's commonly referred to as a hump, but it's not a hump. It's actually looking down. Okay.
Do you hear that? You want me that again? Oh, look at that. This is genius. I'm pretty sure that we invented the hump. So, I thank you, people. The hump and the drop, but not the hump drop. The hump, not hump drop.
Camera looking down the tubes while they're all in a straight line. And because of the fact that they will be looking down the tubes, it will be able to easily be observable if there's curvature to the water or not. And before I hear anything about this, because of the tangent, this camera is not looking over a hump. This is not a hump. I know it's commonly referred to as a hump, but it's not a hump. It's actually looking down, okay? Because this is vertical.
This is like drawing this line here, calling this vertical. This slanted line he's drawing on the right that makes this looking down. I mean, it's that pretty deceitful, that, right? It's drawing it going horizontal across the page.
Yeah, so I thought when he said looking down the tubes, I thought he meant like looking straight, but you just use the word down colloquially, right?
Yeah.
But he's actually saying it's pointed down.
Yeah.
Because it would have to be if you made that line he just drew vertical, really vertical. The camera's pointing down,
looking well
literally
down.
down.
Yeah, and
Wow.
these water
Interesting.
levels go up, and then even more down. Like this bit here is below. There's clearly white there in between the dotted line that he says is down and here. So, but here it's touching it.
It might be me, but I'm thinking this might not be a good test. But
This
carry
is
on.
all messed up, right? Don't forget that when he actually did this, they were leaking like fuck, right? So this might be like because water's leaking out of them at different rates. He might have had some of them stuck or whatever. It's a down hump. If anybody's, I'll get him to say it again because this is at the beginning. I don't want you to forget about this when he says stupid shit right at the beginning. You can't forget how stupid it was right at the beginning. So here we go. I'll give this again. Slice bar cane, ladies
Looking
and
down the
gentlemen.
tubes, it will be able to easily be observable if there's curvature to the water or not. And before I hear anything about this, because of the tangent, this camera is not looking over a hump. This is not a hump. I know it's commonly referred to as a hump, but it's not a hump. It's actually looking down, okay? Because this is vertical. This is looking down.
What the
Okay,
hell?
I covered that. Cool. But unfortunately, when I did this test, I did it in a high traffic area. There was a lot of people out there enjoying.
Oh, genius. Right. Here we
Wow,
come, some
this-
excuses. Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so he's going to give us excuses as why it didn't work when he did it. Because he has done it quite a bit ago.
During the same time as I was, riding their bikes around and running around with dogs, and my pipes got damaged, and unfortunately the test yielded no results. It yielded no results that anybody could use for flat or curved earth. I showed those and I displayed those results.
Right? So Larry told us he couldn't get the water to the end of his tubes, and he had problems with leaks and stuff. He had tape and there was all sorts of problems with it. So, yeah, it didn't work and he didn't yield any results, basically because he doesn't know what level is. And he didn't know how to set it up, and he didn't do any planning, and he went to the side at the towpath at the side of the canal, not actually on the canal, so his... it was just all wrong and it was messed up, and he didn't know how to join tubes together. And it would have been funny actually to have seen it.
Unlike Jaren, I don't delete my stuff. Anyway,
He's
yeah.
obsessed with Jaren also.
So here's the Y and Z of each one of the cameras, and showing that it's actually pointing down.
Here's the Y and Z. Look at that tilt on that. That's amazing. I don't know what this is. This is the new one.
Down, because when you are on a sphere, vertical is extended out from the center of the sphere. Pretty simple
What's
stuff.
tilting
You can see
over
those
there at
lines
the
on
right
rest
end?
of this.
He said, when you're on a sphere, verticals tilt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, he did, like, because that's what happens when you're on a sphere. It's not, right? Because if you, I don't know if you've ever tried doing any standing on balls, but you definitely need to be vertical right in the center of the ball, right? Otherwise you'd be off balance. That isn't vertical in any sense of the word vertical.
So he thinks if you hang a plumb bob there, where the number 2 is, on that slanted pink line, they think that the plumb bob would slant along with that line.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and
It's
this
just
one
crazy.
here, this end it would be going the other way. Because the only place
Yeah.
it's ever horizontal is in the middle, right? Remember? The mantra?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I bet that's coming. We're only 3 minutes in. Just got a slide, you genius.
Then there's the Bug 2. This is the one that I've been wanting to do, but unfortunately COVID has us locked down, so I can't really get the time to go do it. Or
Right, so look at that. Bug 2. See, that cuts down on the leaky problem. You just have 100 meter individual water levels. He's still got it here again, look.
The same thing, yeah.
He's got this one here, up, down, like well below. Up, down. But that's
Look where the
not,
water
he's
levels
looking
are.
down, according to that again.
Over how many meters is this?
That's 16, 100 meters. That's a mile.
1,600 meters. So it's
Yeah.
So over a mile,
Mhm.
that's how much curve he thinks there's going to be, and it's not going to be level at the other end, obviously, which is strange to me because haven't we heard other people say, well, yeah, the water level will be the same at the other end, but it's just not, the verticals are still tilted out.
Yeah. It's all based on this horizontal here. Look at that. Horizontal's pointing up.
Yeah, but how do you decide which end?
Well,
Why
he's
is it
got
the
the
left
camera
end?
here. Obviously, you've got to be. I mean, if you're stood here, you're horizontal. He's pointing up.
Well, how about if you stood on the other side?
Yeah, your horizontal will be pointing up on there as well. I mean, it's crazy land. Really is. But I mean,
wow, man.
only model believers can do this. This is a water level. Look at his test. Look at it. He's got 16 100-meter water levels. Just have a think about it for a second.
That's 300 feet each one.
Yeah. Well, think about it, right? On his model, this one in the middle, this one water level, if you're stood here, then this one in the middle would actually be horizontal. Right? Whereas this one here has a tilt. It's not. That's not horizontal. That one.
Yeah.
And as that one's not horizontal. But this one in the middle would be horizontal. Or would it be in the middle of the middle one that it's horizontal? You know, like...
Well, even in the middle of the middle, you have a 100-meter span. So you'd have to be dead in the middle of the 50 meters of the 100-meter span. And then how wide is that, right? What's the point in that that's horizontal? Oh, it's a tangent.
We've got some guy in the chat here said that horizontal points horizontal. It's bendizontal. The first bendizontal of the evening. This is a hump. But I mean, we've got all the numbers. We've been given these numbers by Ruhif and the guys. The drop from horizontal over distance. And as everybody knows, the drop from horizontal is a measured elevation, and there can't be an elevation change in a water level. So, seems like they're a bit stuck.
This is the same thing Ruhif drew.
Yeah.
With the drop in midair, the two drops there, double drop hump, same thing.
Drawn as a hump, but he means it as a drop.
Yeah,
because they know if they draw a drop, people are just like it'd disassociate. The brain wouldn't be able to comprehend it. You'd be like, that's obviously ridiculous. If you put that on a tilt and have that as the horizontal and the water level going down there, but miles off the page, it would look ridiculous. Nobody would believe it.
Now imagine putting two drops there, forming a V or a funnel in between them.
It's just a massive contradiction.
Paradox City.
Yeah. Here we go. Look, I don't know what he's doing. This is
I
my
can't even
dishonesty,
drive
so according to Sly.
And I'm not going to run down there for 4 hours to drive all the way down there just to get turned around. I'm waiting for COVID to get lifted and people to get their heads out of their asses, and we can get beyond this thing. Right. But anyway, bug 2, the same thing as bug 1, only instead of all of the tubes being connected, they're not connected. They are all individual water levels. Because one thing that was absolute murder last time was trying to track down those. Hey, thanks J5 Project. I really appreciate that, man. One thing that was murder on time was tracking down the leaks. Well, if I make it into individuals where I meet up all the water levels with each other, then if I make it into individuals, if one of them leaks, I'll know where the problem is. I'll know where the pipe is that's having the problem, and then I only have
he had a problem tracking down the leaks.
My God. Just look for water, dude.
Genius. I mean, like, he's got a tube, right? That's it.
It's too good to
and
be
now
true,
he's got 16 100-meter water, right? So I got 4 of them. Now he says he'll find it easier tracking down the leaks. What, in a tube?
Was
It's
it
only got
raining that
two
day?
ends on it. Where are you going to get a leak from? Oh, man. Genius.
Yeah.
You have to
This
search
is-
down that one pipe. 100 meters to check down isn't all that bad. 1,600 meters every single time it appears there's a leak, that takes hours. Anyway, ultimately...
Hours?
Spend hours checking for leaks. And can you imagine what must have been like with him originally setting his test up? Like, there's another leak. Where? I don't know. Somewhere.
Maybe we should look for water. Nah, it's raining.
It's like, did you not test it to make sure you had a leak problem sorted, right?
No, but this is not like your tire where you can't find your leak, right? This is a freaking water, a pipe filled with water. If there's a leak, water's gonna freaking flow out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, he started at the bottom though, and he put his tubes higher, right? So the water would never make it up to the top because water levels don't go like that. So obviously, if you try and get water to go up there to a height, then it's under pressure. And a meter of pressure's like a lot. It can make a difference. And if you're not prepared for it, I mean, if you are let's say you're a graphic artist, right, from PCs and stuff like that, and you've never actually done anything practical, then doing this sort of a thing can be a bit of a challenge. I'm sure Rumpus can contest to it. Right, Rumpus? If you're not used to actually doing practical things, then even simple things can seem really difficult and stuff. But I mean, good on you for trying. Well done, Sly. But he's waiting to do this now, right? Obviously, the first test was done. What he's doing here? Like, what's he drawing? Slice Barcane. Yeah, the first test, all he has to do is unlink them all, and now he's got 16 100 meter water levels, right? He's already got the equipment from his first test, and all he has to do is go out there and do 16 100 meter water levels, put them together, marry the ends up together from end to end. That's pretty simple. Slice Barcane.
Same test though, looking down the pipes, one will show flat or one will show curved. That's just how you get that comparison between the two of them.
Yeah, as well. He keeps having a camera here. You don't need a sight line for a water level. It's like literally it's not needed. And seeing as each one of these are 100 meters apart, there's definitely no way you're going to be able to see along them like that. Impossible. But I mean, they do insist on putting a camera there. I don't think it's an auto level because this one's pointing up and got different ones.
And then of course there's the bug light test. Now this is one that's actually more likely to happen first. The bug light test is actually not going to use the water pipes at all. It is actually going to use the water in the canal next to it. And basically what I'm going to do on that is going to have a little boat. That little boat's going to have a measuring stick on it. And then I'm going to mark a position on there, which is going to be the height of the camera. And all I'm going to be doing basically is taking that boat and running down, making a mark on each one of the upright poles, because I can just do it with the poles as opposed to the water levels, and make a marking on these, and then be able to view those markings the same way as the other two versions of the test by looking at it from down here. Now,
Does anybody get that? It's going to look from down there. The boat's going to be on the canal, and I don't know where these things are. Or is he doing like a what do you call it? Like a Wallace, Rowbotham type thing? Do you reckon? He's got a camera, and a boat's going to be going away, and he's going to mark it on there as it goes away at different markers. Interesting. Interesting. It's a boat with a thing on it.
Now, contrary to what Bev likes to keep on saying, and other flat earthers as well like to keep on saying, this is not an elevation difference. This area right here, this is called curvature. It is not called an elevation distance. Otherwise, we'd be calling it a hill. And so, ultimately, all of these measurements will also be equal above the water. And then we look down the entire set to see if there's curvature or not.
He does. He has a hump again, right? There's definitely a hump there, isn't there?
Of course.
Like, so he has it going up and then down, even though he says that he's already pointing down, but it still goes up in relation to the down that he says is down. It goes up and then down. Yeah,
It's unbelievable.
that's what he's looking for on his test. It going up and down in relation to this line. Yeah, whatever he wants to call this line.
Pretty cool? All right.
Pretty cool.
So, that's how we're doing all that.
Good.
Now let's move on to Bev's test. And you're going to see, I'm going to show to you that he's actually doing this deliberately, because there was also a wonderful question that was posed by the host of the show, a guy named Brandon. I don't think I've ever talked to him before. If I have, I just didn't know. And he asked a really good question. And yeah. And also at the end of this stream here, I'm actually going to be playing the whole presentation from Bev, the whole opening presentation from Bev, so nobody can say I took him out of context. But I'm going to do that at the end instead of in the beginning.
This is the one people did.
This is Bev's test. Bev has one water level with 3 points on it. This is the water level
the way we showed
with three test
Take
points
the
on
note
it.
to this.
Same thing. This is how it would look on a sphere. Now, each one of these are 100 meters. That's what he stated. He has a pipe of 100 meters. I'm going to believe him. And then what he's going to do is, this is so silly. He's going to put his auto level right in the middle. Now, this is what it would look like on either one. Obviously, this is just one test, but this is how it would look on either one. What he's going to do is he's going to bring his auto level to bear on one of the water level sides, and then he's just going to turn it around and bring it to bear on the other level side. That's all he's going to do. So basically what he's going to say is, because of the fact that he's in the middle, hey, Paul, thank you very much. Thank you. And no, we're not going to today. Basically what he's going to do is he's just going to confirm that a water level makes a water level. Zippity-doo-dah, there's absolutely nothing to be gained there. Because on a curved Earth, the middle here, between these 2 points here, is actually the tangential point.
What?
Right here. I'm sorry if I keep on screwing this up.
Why does he keep drawing verticals when he says tangential? Have you noticed that? He says it's the tangential point and then draws a vertical. Not too sure what that means. I don't think he knows
to
what
them,
a
there's
tangent is.
many of those points all around their mythical sphere.
Yeah, but he's drawing like a line up and down. That's not what a tangent point is it? He's done it twice.
My pen is a little bit off calibration. Sorry. So here's the point where it's actually perpendicular. So basically what he's going to be doing is...
You see?
The point where it's perpendicular. It's everywhere perpendicular, isn't it?
Not to them. It's just a point all around.
Well, I think to them it's everywhere.
Yeah, to them it's everywhere as well. Yeah.
Not just at that point. I mean, I don't know what he means by that. It's ridiculous.
He's going to say this right here and this right here are both level with the auto level, and therefore say that this is the outcome that he's getting. That's all he's going to do. And not only is he going to do it once, according to him, he's going to do it twice. And it's going to...
I mean, look, he's got a slope on the other way, right? How can this horizontal and this horizontal not both be the same? I mean, he's got this one different to this one. It's... I'm not too sure whether this is one of the best guys for their side, to be honest. I mean, their side. I mean, what are we talking about? We're just talking about level being horizontal and how it reacts.
Going to look like
I'll go over what our test is. He's
on both.
Very wrong.
That's his entire test.
It's not.
The funny part is now this is what I was talking about the tangential points. You are going to get the same results of this test that he's doing on the globe and on the plane. You are going to get the...
You're going to get the same results, says somebody really confused. This is level being horizontal, and this is level being horizontal? The same? I don't know. How can they both be the same? They don't look the same at all.
The exact same results. So there's nothing to be gained by this test, and Bev knows that. That's why he's doing it in the middle, because he knows that in the middle of these 2 points is the tangential point on a sphere.
Right.
You see?
Our test did not use the auto level at all.
But how did you know, Bev? How did you know that the middle, you sneaky bastard, you knew that the middle point was the point right on the top of the sphere. You found it.
Yeah, the bit where the water level isn't, right, is the bit that Slice Barcane knows that's where the water level is horizontal. The bit where the water level fucking isn't. You notice as well, it doesn't matter how long you make these water levels at this end and this end. The middle will still be the bit that's horizontal. So I'm guessing you could just move... You could move both ends. If you move the entire water level, you could have the bit anywhere you want being horizontal, couldn't you? Logically. As long as you make sure that the bit in the middle of the water level is the bit that you want horizontal, you could just have to reposition your water level. Actually, you'd be better with a tiny water level, wouldn't you? Just like a 2-incher. Like, where do you want horizontal? I'll sort it out for you. I'll just put this right over it. Make sure you've got 1 inch either side of where you want horizontal. Ridiculous.
And just a question, but he says it wouldn't matter whether it was on the surface, curved surface, or a horizontal surface, but yet wouldn't each one of those 100-meter segments have their own hump? And then even if you cut it to 50 meters, wouldn't that have a hump in the middle? And if you cut it to 25 meters, wouldn't that have a hump in the middle of it? At every midpoint, isn't that a hump?
Yeah, the
Might
only
just be
place
me.
the water level is horizontal is the bit in the middle of the water level. But even then, it's only horizontal at a point, and a point is that as which has no parts. So horizontals don't exist. Globe model.
Absolutely.
Globe model leveling, or you just go with the simple horizontal being horizontal, and you can extend it a straight line as geometry dictates. I mean, it's no big deal.
Teeny tiny water level.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easier to find a center, isn't it? Pocket water level. The most accurate.
He knows it's there. Otherwise, he would say that he would do it out at this side, or he would do it from, over here, looking from this end. But no, he's going to do it in the middle because he knows that's the tangential point.
I'll say it again. I'm not looking at it from the middle at all. We didn't use it. We actually looked at the ends of the water level. I'll explain it to you in a moment. And maybe over the next few weeks or whatever. I mean,
Now, this was Brandon. Brandon was the host of Ranty's show, and he asked a rather polite and sensible question. He had asked. He said, "Now, if we lettered these from left to right, A, B, and C."
yeah,
Now his question was basically formulated as, how do we know that the line here is the same as the line here? In other words, how do we know that the level of A and B and C are the same as A to C?
because
This is
they're
what
on a
Bev
horizontal
did,
plane.
and I'm not joking about this. Bev said that he would do a test, or you could do that determination by putting the auto level in the middle.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Still playing with the tangential point, but this time he's got drop to worry about.
What?
Because anybody who would actually do this test by having a camera in the middle, or auto level in the middle, would actually put it at the water level height of the one in the middle. Now, unfortunately, this is also going to be a worthless thing, even if he does try and do it, just because of the short distance, the 100 meters on each side, and I'll get to that in a second. But the short end of it is, no. What did he say? He didn't say that he's going to put it up here. What he wanted to do was find a way to confirm this, and quite quickly, I guess he's thought about this enough times, he actually said that there's going to be no difference.
What?
Now, if you look at this diagram right here, you could see, well, wait a minute, why would he have it down here?
I wouldn't.
And this is why. Because he actually says in the live stream that you would just get rid of the middle one.
Yeah.
That way, he can just have his level point in both directions by eliminating the point in the middle. Therefore, not being held accountable for the water level in the middle point.
That sounds familiar.
Right.
Eliminating the one in the middle. Where did we hear that?
Yeah. That was
Like
Blue, wasn't
an
it?
hour and a half ago, yeah.
Yeah. That's what Blue's worried about. But, I mean, the idea that I was saying was, because I'm not talking about the citing it at all. I'm just saying the water level doesn't need a midpoint. You can just move that A and C. You move A to B. You've still got the same water level, and you can mark it. You can then extend it, and you can then add the middle bit in and see whether it goes to the same point. It's very easy to understand that if you've only got one water level, like you only do, you only ever have two ends of a water level. Unless you're doing a test to prove a straight line. You don't do it like this and put sighting cameras on it. It's crazy. Drop, he says. If you put here, there is drop at that end and drop of that end. In the middle, says he, that you need the water level dropping.
But at the same time, didn't he say at the same time? You might have to play that over again. Didn't he say also that it doesn't matter anyway, because you're not going to see any difference, and I'll get to that later.
Yeah,
because they're going to claim that the difference is too minute because the water level's not far enough apart.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He's got the numbers. I think he's got numbers. I played it back again just because he does say drop.
Said that there's going to be no difference. Now, if you look at this diagram right here, you could see, well, wait a minute, why would he have it down here?
Down here.
And this is why. Because he actually says in the live stream that you would just get rid of the middle one. That way, he can just have his level point in both directions by eliminating the point in the middle.
Right, now, just look at this. If you've got the camera here, then these are higher. Aren't they? They're not lower. They're higher. Aren't they? That distance there is more. There and there. It's equal there. Equal. All equals. Not equal at all. Nothing about it. Crazy.
Therefore, not being held accountable for the water level in the middle point.
It's a shared straight line.
That's how you know. That's how you know that he is doing this in a disingenuous fashion, because he knows 100% if he were to put that
straight line segment
up here, then he would have to at least know what kind of drop he's looking for. So
I'm not looking for drop,
because this is the tangential point between this point and this point. And that's the part where it would be perpendicular, hence level. And that is the part where he would claim victory on it. Because he...
Perpendicular, hence level. Right? He said that. Perpendicular. Level. Level is perpendicular.
He kept on saying that level points don't care about what's in the middle. He's trying to throw people off their scent. But that's exactly what he's doing. This is exactly what he wants to do. Which is this right here is this test right here is no different than this test. No different. He is
Yeah. That's different. How's he saying it's no different? Is this a wizard? Do you reckon? You're seeing a wizard in action. Is he making anybody else doubt themselves to wondering what he's going on about? Are they no different? Could you possibly think that?
He is deliberately doing it to be false. Because if you were to do it right, okay, as in look down the entire stretch from one side, he knows that...
Look. Oh, see, look at this. Vertical, horizontal, water level, horizontal. There is nothing wrong with this. I quite like this. Looks good. That's vertical, that's horizontal, then that horizontal water level goes all the way across. Brilliant. This one, it's got horizontal pointing up in the air. What is that?
The level of C will not be the same as the level of B or the level of A on a curved surface. So he doesn't want to test that.
He's saying the level won't be the same. There, and there. Is he saying water level isn't level? Not the same level?
Has to be.
But I'll do that again. Listen to this again.
This test right here is no different than this test. No different.
It is completely different.
He is deliberately doing it to be false. Because if you were to do it right,
there we go.
Okay, as in look down the entire stretch from one side, he knows that the level of C will not be the same as the level of B or level of A on a curved surface. So he does.
So on a curved surface, the level of B and the level of C and the level of A will not be the same. So I think he might be saying, on a curved surface, a water level isn't level. Different levels. All of the points on a water level on a curved surface are not the same level.
Yep, you got it.
That's what he just said.
That's what he just said.
He just said that. I'll go over it again just to...
He is deliberately doing it to be false. Because if you were to do it right, okay, as in look down the entire stretch from one side, he knows that the level of C will not be the same as the level of B or level of A on a curved surface. So he doesn't want to test that. He doesn't want to make that comparison. But
I can't believe he said that. Nobody else pulled him on that. They're not the same on a curved surface. And they've been telling me that all I'm ever going to show is that a water level is level, when they know that on a curved surface it's not fucking level.
I have asked him several times, and he has avoided the very question of how much drop should he expect, because he keeps on talking about doing these things.
Like, no drop. That's elevation change. A water level does not drop.
At 100 meters. Now, he keeps on saying that, oh, I'm going to do it 16 times. Yeah, but 16 times this test is 16 times this test. It is not 1,600 meters. Doesn't matter how many times you do it, unless they are all in a row, and you can sight down them, which we all know he's not going to sight it. But check this out. I've asked him enough times, because if you are going to test curved Earth versus flat Earth, if you are going to test that, you have to know what it is that you're anticipating. And as I just told Kaz a minute ago, you have to actually know, you have to actually do the appropriate measurements for that which you're testing.
Right. So he's got Z vertical, Y horizontal, pointing upwards, water level, and he's got drop at B and drop at A. That's a drop from horizontal of a water level over distance. That's an elevation change of a water level. If it's not, Sly, I don't know what is. And I don't know what you're meant to be talking about. But say thanks to B-Ball for bringing this back up. I can't believe you've been so stupid as to draw it. It's there on page. I hope this is enough commentary for us to go over, Sly, but thanks a fucking lot.
It's not a trick.
It's not even
joke.
my test.
You have to know what it is you're testing. Well, I did the math, and I found out that the B drop point, if this was set up perfectly on the water level at C, the B drop point at 100 meters would be 0.78 millimeters.
Nearly a millimeter drop. He's like, what the?
Of drop. 0.78. Or from the auto level itself, it would be 0.0004 degrees drop.
So question. So question here.
Go on.
So let me get this straight. So, in his mind, water would not flow with a 3 millimeter drop over 200 meters.
Well,
am I thinking about that right?
Well, that's what I say. You know, like in my experience of surveying, when you measure a difference from the horizontal, that's an elevation change. And to my understanding, a 3 millimeter elevation change within a water level would cause the water to equalize. So there is not a 3 millimeter change. There would be the same horizontal. A parallel horizontal at 3 millimeters difference. I mean, it's just this is fascinating because this isn't anything to do with the straight line test that we're doing. It's Slice Barkane that's developed a bending water level test. It's ridiculous. I'm just trying to help everybody understand what a straight line is and how to prove a straight line in reality as a base understanding. Realizing Euclid. Proposition 1, book 11. Check it out. How do you do that in reality? It's a very simple test. And this is Slice Barkane's complete misunderstanding. He's got a horizontal pointing upwards and a drop of a water level from that horizontal. With a rise.
This is Ruhif. This is Ruhif's original drawing, which WS adopted.
Now this is Slice Barkane's.
Yeah. Well, this is the same thing.
Yeah.
As Ruhif.
Yeah,
exactly
the best buds.
Yeah.
And WS. Same team. Same group.
Yeah, it shows.
Yeah.
It shows.
Yeah, this is definitely Slice Barkane's because this is the one that I had a bit of a laugh with at the beginning. I think that's why
Point
he's doing
A,
this.
being further away, of course,
This
at
is
200
genius.
meters, there would be 3.14 millimeters or 0.0009 degrees of drop. Now, you could say, well, hey, now you got those measurements. Now you know what to look for, which would be great. This is also why we don't do this in short distance. This was an observation that I made on the same day that we were actually disproving Bev's 60-meter claim, the first photo that he ever produced from his auto level. This is 54 meters away. The surveyor staff. It's 54 meters away. Now this is just the top. The top crosshair. It's not the center crosshair. It's the top Sadia crosshair, and but it's not because I'm trying to show you the distance. What I'm trying to show you here is how thick the line itself is.
Yeah, look at it.
Okay, the thickness of this line. If I made a little scale here, because between these blocks is 10 centimeters, or excuse me, a centimeter, and no, I'm sorry. No, I was right the first time. Well, either way, the
Sounds
Either
like
way,
you guys
we're-
were-
Either way,
doesn't it?
close
He
enough.
hasn't got a clue.
Close enough.
Right, you can tell he's a well experienced with working with the surveying measuring rod. I don't know whether you can see anything else as well. Can you see what the crosshairs is right on? Center.
yeah, I see.
3.3 meters. 33. It's there. Got right on the crosshairs. Arrow pointing at it. 33. Shout out Sly. It's nice to keep it in there. Always do it. But yeah, all he's trying to show is that the crosshair is about a millimeter over 50 meters, which is what we say. That's why that's the maximum distance that you should go from it.
To be
'Cause
within the millimeter accuracy, yeah.
you can keep within that 1 millimeter accuracy. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons, anyway, that we stick to 50 meters.
When did this video come out, Bev? Is this a
This
recent
is
one?
over a year ago. This, yeah.
Yeah, an old one. Yeah.
But this is the one that B-Ball's brought back in. You know, because he's cut the end of it. I think this last bit's the bit that I've already been over yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just tired. This works out to be 1 millimeter thick at 54 meters.
Yeah. Yeah, we know.
You need to be able to get at 100 meters. You need to be able to determine that much. Actually, three-quarters of that.
No, see, this is what we were saying. You can only look 50 meters to keep 1 millimeter accuracy, so you don't look any further. There is a working range of an optical instrument. Not only is it the actual distance that you can see to 1 millimeter, it's the effects of what happens over a greater distance than that as well.
You just proved your point without realizing it.
That's why you don't do optics, right? The optics only works to this distance, so don't use it anymore. Thank you very much, Sly. You have to think of a different method if you want to go greater distances. Now, it just so happens we started this off by saying that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, but it's also more accurate over a larger distance because of this distance here. You can't sight this far, so it's more accurate over a larger distance, and you don't need a sight line. You don't need to be able to see from one to the other at all. That's not how a water level works. So that's why we chose a water level as the tool to use in order so you can realize Euclidean geometry. 2 points, shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line or a plane in terms of a water level. Now, a water level establishes a horizontal plane, so therefore we can use a water level. Not like Sly Sparkane's trying to explain, but like he's led us right up to it to show exactly why not optics. So that isn't our test. No optics. Forget about it.
Another misrepresentation of the test again, yeah?
Yep. Again.
Always.
This is why Ranty didn't like what we were doing, because he couldn't involve optics. I think Travis was the same. We do not use optics with this. Purely geometric, physical water level test with a straight line. Just to prove Euclid. That's all we're doing. Misrepresentation all the way through for a test. That a glober is trying to push his model view on us and the implications of his model on just a simple straight line test.
At 100 meters, that's almost twice the distance here. Now, at 200 meters, you have to get 3.14 millimeters, which is only it's about twice that thickness. Or excuse me, twice the height, which is only about 3 times the thickness on this. You need to have that level of precision. Hey, Paul, thank you very much. The latest that flat earths are arguing is drop is really just refraction. Get ready for that one. I ain't worried about that because they keep on trying to make drop more important than hidden height, and that's just always been a thing. So,
drop more important than hidden height, did he say?
Yep.
Well, I would like to know what either of those are. In respect to a water level, really. I hope
basically what it is that he needs to be able to determine about the thickness of the crosshair of of drop. That's what he needs to be able to get out of that. About the...
I'm not looking for a drop of a water level. There is no drop of a water level from one end to the other. It doesn't exist.
thickness of the crosshair, or 2 times the thickness of it at twice the distance. So, and to give anybody who's not too metrically inclined, let me just give you a simple scale. This is an SD card that we all have in our cameras and various other devices. The thickness of that, the thickness of the of a SD card, is actually greater than what he needs at 100 meters. And
what he needs? What's he talking about?
Make stuff up.
Like, that's
no, it's what he needs.
Or what? Yeah.
Yeah, it's what he needs, not what you need. What he needs, which they can't show, which is why whenever we ask for a measurement, an actual measurement, they pull out their computer.
Well, Bev originally, when he first started doing some testing, you know, he had the had it set up, and I think it was like 50 meters, and it was really clear, wasn't it, Bev? And then, you know, we were just—that's what we did. You know, he did, sorry, and whoever, you know, I think his lab was there, and it was for everyone to see the size of the crosshair on the staff. We've been through that,
and
but
we've been to
we
the
know
beach.
that we only use. Yeah, but sorry, Bev. Just the distance. You know, we're talking 50 meters.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, we want to be millimeter accurate. That's what Bev did.
And we've done it
What's
at the beach every time.
What's he talking about? 200 meters. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, and the beach too.
Yeah, just to see what it
That was
looks
to
like,
see the
just to
effect.
show everyone
Yeah.
what it looks like over these distances and how ridiculous it would be if you were trying to do it. You notice he only shows at 54 meters what it looks like. Because that's the only one that shows you it looks anything decent.
Yeah, he should show it at 200, shouldn't he?
Yeah. Extreme Pro SD card as well. That's some good quality stuff, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the one I've got.
Yeah.
It actually is. But I was thinking that, you know, it could be that doesn't matter. I was thinking about do the widths of the depth of them discs change? I mean,
yeah.
Has someone out there got a 1 millimeter thick one?
Would water flow at that 2 millimeters over 100 meters? Would it equalize at over 400 meters if there was a 2 mil difference? You know, like if you had, let's say you had a mile and there was a 2 mil difference in the middle. Would water go there? Would it flow away? Would it equalize out at some point? I'd say it would, right?
Or are you talking a still body of water here?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about water level?
Anywhere, the water
like
level, right? 2 mil difference anywhere.
It'd have to be a canal, wouldn't it? And it'd have to be still, you know?
Yeah.
To be precise.
But do you reckon anywhere over any difference, anywhere you could have a difference of 2 mil at one end to the other?
Of course not.
No chance.
Never. So what's he talking about? Somebody's looking for what he needs.
He's projecting, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like,
now I hope
mentioned.
Anyone listening or any of the Globers that are listening, well done for putting Slice Barcane and giving him the chance to do this. But don't let him fool you. We've already done this test. The water level, there is no difference from the horizontal.
And he's stumbling over the terms and the words he's using as well, and it's obvious. Yeah, he's started looking at this stuff and he's trying to get familiar with it or whatever, and mixing things up, claiming that he's tired, or we use these tools every day, or I do.
Yeah.
Not every day, every other day, maybe once a week, I don't know, but very regularly.
Water level's the best one I've had. For
The
long
water level.
distances.
Oh yeah.
Right, here we go. Carry
That's
on
just
again.
About 2/3 of
That's
what
when
he
it's
needs
most accurate.
at
The over distance.
Yeah, and let's not forget it.
Come on, Carrie. Right, I'll get this done, and then I might be able to
at
get
200
on board.
meters. That's how much drop he has to see with that scope to find out if it's. He has to be able to determine that much to find out if that's what he's seeing or if he's not seeing that. And it would.
I think he just confused himself. Do you want to hear that again? Listen.
This is an SD card that we all have in our cameras and various other devices. The thickness of that, the thickness of the of a SD card, is actually greater than what he needs at 100 meters, and it's about 2/3 of what he needs at 200 meters. That's how much drop he has to see with that scope to find out if it's. He has to be able to determine that much to find out if that's what he's seeing or if he's not seeing that. And it would be real easy to say, well...
He needs to find that to determine whether if that's what he's seeing or if he's not seeing it. That's what he needs to find. Like,
wow.
What does that even mean?
He doesn't even know.
It doesn't make any sense, does it? That's got to be a paralogism.
Card is actually greater than what he needs at 100 meters.
He needs.
And it's about 2/3 of what he needs.
He needs.
At 200 meters. That's how much drop he has to see with that scope to find out if it's. He has to be able to determine that much to find out if that's what he's seeing or if he's not seeing that.
If he's not seeing it.
And it would be real easy to say, well, I don't see it because it's so damn small.
He thinks the drop is hidden behind the crosshair.
Yeah. And you wouldn't be able to tell whether you can see it or whether you can't see it in order to see it.
Yeah.
Right? You can't not see it.
You can't see it.
Yeah, if you... Yeah.
Is it the top of the crosshair or is it at the bottom of the crosshair?
You can't see it because it's too small.
Which is what they always say. When we ask for, that's why I said when we ask for measurements, out come the computers and the calculators. Not did you actually measure anything in the field? Did you go out in reality? And I mean, kudos to Sly for at least taking this picture. You can see it pretty clearly, but then automatically go to, well, it's too small. So Bev needs to be able to. He needs this. This 2.15 millimeters, or 3 millimeters, or close to a millimeter, depending on the distance. What I would say is, you need to buy this globe, Bev. You need it.
I'd say it's Sly Sparkane that's got the test. He showed you what he's got. He's the one that's putting a camera there, right? He's the one to need to see this. Ours is a straight line test. And he doesn't, obviously, he's never looked into what our test is. He's showing you what he needs to find. He's just saying it's me. I think he's obsessed. But this is his test, right? He's the one looking over those distances. He's the one that needs to see them.
So, like I said, as I promised, I'm going to show the, And I'm going to show Bev's clip in its entirety.
Oh.
Okay, it's about 9 minutes long. I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry you have to do this. Actually, 9 minutes and 56 seconds long. But I'm going to play this out because I need to make sure that it's in this video that I did not take anybody out of context. This is actually what was stated. So let me go ahead and like I said, this is just the beginning part. This went on for much longer, but there was no reason beyond that because that was his presentation of his test. Okay, so we'll see you on the flip side of this.
Go on, let's have a look at this.
Well, that didn't work. Hold on. I don't know why it wasn't going out.
Not me. This is Sly.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Sly's
I still
video,
haven't set up for the
everybody.
I was just about to mention it. I'm glad he came in at that point.
There's thumbs down on the Ranty's video, so it must be quite a
sorry
bit
about
ago.
this.
Ranty with Brandon show.
Not speakers. Yeah, it should be speakers.
Oh, what's he doing? Fucking hell, Sly, come on.
Come on, Sly.
Come on.
Am I not seeing it on?
Yeah, come on. He's doing he's
No,
doing a rumpus.
It's a bit,
Hang on a minute,
Just
I'll
not
get it
audio,
in a minute.
a bit like the water leaks, isn't it?
Properties. Yeah, that was set up for optical. Okay. Let's see. Speakers. There we
Yeah, you said everybody had got this sorted. Sly.
So now let's go ahead and play this here. Oh.
Trip. Today.
Cool.
So you
Let me
got
play a
that-
sample.
You get my There we camera go.
Uh,
on there.
There we go. Yeah, let me just make it bigger for the audience
Make it
here.
big screen for everyone.
That's Brandon, by the way. The
All right,
the
you're all
nicer
set.
voice.
Right. So, for the people, for everybody that doesn't, may perhaps not know, like this.
Oh, here we go. Look.
This is a water level tool. The two ends of the water level. See, they equalize always. So, put one of them at the front, one of them at the back. They will always equalize to be the same level. That's basically what a water level is. Now it's that level that's in question. That's what we're dealing with here today, and what surveyors do. So all this is a pipe, right? It's a tube with two ends on it, filled with water. This is a water level. Level being horizontal, as known. So, the idea of this is to show you sort of an idea of what we've got planned and what the basis of all of this is. So, this water level here, this establishes a horizontal across there. So the question is, how long could you make this water level to falsify the fact that it stays level being horizontal?
Thanks,
Because
Snark.
there's only 2 points. There's this point, and you draw a straight line between the two. That line would be level. So what we've got, we said we've got these here. This is 100 meters of pipe. So if you imagine that that 100 meters is here for this little bit, then you lay out 16 of those 100 meters, you'd end up with 1,600 and 9 you try and end up with, which is a mile. So if you join all of them pipes up together and fill it up with water, you would end up with a level. Now, in order to check that level, you could do this. You put what we have here is this is like a site level, auto level. See that? I'm not leveling it. So this is the tool, the level, and you look through, and you see a crosshair. and the other end. So that's what TP's doing here. And you can turn this through 360 degrees, and you would see a horizontal crosshair all the way around. It always be horizontal. So when you have your level in the middle of these that's 100 quite meters, good presentation, this, isn't it? You can check the level at this end with the level at this end with this tool, and strangely enough, you'll find out that the water level equalizes to be a horizontal that can be checked. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, nobody's got any problems with that, have they, or any questions? Because it's not difficult, and that's the basic of what you do.
Just wanted to answer a question that was in the chat. Sorry for pausing it. I'm sure everybody can use the break. But Paul, no, he's actually not even doing. You wrote, so he is saying that he wants to look down 100 meters and then move the start around to the new end. Actually, no. He wants to stand in the middle of 100 meters and measure 50 meters level in each direction.
No, he doesn't. Just saying, you can do that if you want to check. I don't know why you would want to check if a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal and whether both ends would both be on the same horizontal. You can check it if you want.
Make sure your auto level's actually calibrated.
Yeah, you could check the auto level with the water level. You wouldn't do it the other way around. It's ridiculous. Fucking stupid. Sorry, Sly, but this is...
From the tangential point. So, yeah. Anyway, let me continue on here.
The basic of what you do. So you go... Imagine this is 100 meters. This is where your water level is, the junction is, and you've got a T junction that puts the water level up there, and it equalizes out. So you check that. Then you can move your auto level, pick it up, and move it this side. Move it 100 meters. Then you can level it up with this one, turn it all the way around, and check it with this one here. So you just keep doing that with this auto level, keeps moving along, and it goes all the way along to check the level at the other end, and it's a horizontal all the way across. Now, that is what it always has been to me, and it just makes logical and practical sense that is what happens in reality, and that with differential leveling, that the technique of this auto level, moving from here to here and using a back sight and a foresight, and you swap over to here, foresight becomes the back sight, and you just keep moving along. You move that level all the way from one end to the other. Just a practical procedure. I mean, and Dave will know. Rodney's here. Rodney, you don't mind speaking up? Would that be a typical technique of how you would move this level in reality? I think
yeah, you explained it perfectly. Yeah, that's what we would do in differential leveling.
Okay. We still not got Cleary here.
I do have a question for you while we're waiting for Cleary.
Cool.
So between each of the 100-meter...
Okay. Whoop.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, I got my mic on. All right, now this is the question from Brandon. And pay specific attention to how Bev actually answers this question.
Okay, let's go.
Sections. You're gonna auto level, and that'll show that there's a horizontal between each post. So the 100 meters is a horizontal, right?
There would never need to be the water level, right? The water level is what we've got to do an extra test. All you would have is a staff like that, and that would be here at these posts, there and there, and you would just take a reading. One of them would become the foresight, and the other one would become the backside. And then as you moved to the next spot, these would have to be on like a pin or something locked in, you know.
Just to clarify, what he's talking about using that staff is absolutely useless. It's great for doing a 2-peg test, but using that staff is basically he's going to be checking the differentiating heights of the of whatever surface that he's on. Has nothing to do with the water level. It will not be the same checking against a water level. That's just the absurdity is just sorry.
Wow. So an auto level won't be the same as a water level, according to Slice Arcane. You wouldn't be able to make the same horizontal with a water level as you would be able to do with a auto level, Slice Arcane. I guess I should have watched these videos of people talking shite about water level tests. Good luck, Globers. We're just talking about a simple straight line test. Simple. Gonna struggle with it. To the next spot, these would have to be on like a pin or something locked in, you know, so that this doesn't move as you move this one doesn't move, and that one. So all you're doing is you're moving a measurement. The water level is just one step above, because
Ricky is
what
putting
we
in the chat.
found is
Water
a lot of
levels are
people
more
don't.
accurate.
I mean, even surveyors. You ask surveyors, what would be more accurate, the water level or the auto level? They'll tell you they haven't got a clue. They don't know. There's something a bit weird going on, but I mean, this is just logical, practical sense. It just makes sense. And how long could you go and do that for? And you know, to establish a horizontal, I'd say you could do it indefinitely, but other people like to see, as you'll find out later on, they like to sort of add in calculations of reality.
Yeah, indefinitely in 100-meter pieces.
Sure.
Did that explain it? Sorry, I may have rambled a bit then.
No, you did explain it. My only question would be, let's say each of those posts that you have on there, the 3 posts with the water level going up to the top, are A, B, and C from left to right. What's to say that A and B and C, that there's not an angle between those two? What I mean is, how do you know A and C are also on a horizontal? We know A and B would, and B and C would, but how do we know A to C is one long horizontal?
He's like struggling to find the things. So Brandon's asking, A, B, and C, how do we know they're all on the same horizontal? Well, if they're all the same water level, then yeah, they can't have a different angle in the horizontal going from A to B, B to C. I'll show you that in a bit. B and C, like that, right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
all you do is you blank that off. And C, like that, right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
all you do is you blank that off, and you make A to C. That would be your horizontal, right? The water level allows you to do that. You just don't. I mean, like in a water level,
All right, y'all caught that part, right? You take out the middle one, and then now you have the new line between A and C. Ignoring A to B and B to C like Brandon asked. Let me do that one more time, because I want to make sure that part's clear, because that is actually him showing that he's being dishonest about this test.
This is exactly...
3 posts with the water level going up to the top are A, B, and C from left to right. What's to say that A and B and C, that there's not an angle between those two? What I mean is, how do you know A and C are also on a horizontal? We know A and B would, and B and C would, but how do we know A to C is one long horizontal?
B and C, like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, all you do is you blank that off.
Yeah.
And you make A to C, that would be your horizontal, right? The water level allows you to do that. You just don't. I mean, like in a water level, it's sort of the same as saying when you have this as your tool, your auto level, like you're establishing this here as a horizontal point and this here is a horizontal point, but you don't really need to establish that this is a horizontal point in the middle. Whereas the water level acts differently. The water level doesn't really care what happens in the middle. It just transfers the level from one end to the other. Now, if you blank that off, then this becomes the total distance, doesn't it?
Okay, I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it will become a bit more clear tonight, because this is a showcase of the Kozlowski curvature conundrum.
So that's what we got. We have a useless test of 100 meters, no matter how many times you do it. That's why he said you can do it indefinitely. A useless test of 100 meters where you're measuring only 50 meters of each side of it.
He's doing 100 meters.
From the tangential point, if on a sphere. And not once did he say they would measure it from the side, because of the fact that he would actually have to look down. Now, unfortunately, given the short distance, the amount that he would have to look down is incredibly small.
Horizontal.
So, this is... and y'all caught that, right? He said, "Oh, we'll just get rid of the middle, and now this is the line." There was no comparison made between A and B and C versus A to C, like Brandon had asked. He actually did not answer the question. He 100% avoided it by removing B. So, anyway, I don't want to make this too much more long, because it's pretty much I made all the points that I wanted to make. The distance is too short for him to be able to determine if there's any drop.
There's no drop.
His method of doing level in the middle is actually dishonest
to level.
Exactly what it is that's attempting to be measured here. And the distances, like I said, are too short for the drop to even be noticeable, because they would only be about the same thickness as the crosshair that's in his auto level. And if anybody's been following this at all, you've seen how he treats his auto level, so I wouldn't even care about that. I wouldn't even trust it anyway. So, that's all I got, ladies and gents. I really appreciate... Oh, wait. No, let me drop this down here. Oh, yeah. These were the amounts of drop per 100 meters. That was fun doing that. But I appreciate everybody stopping by. Make sure you all give Bev a nice big fat "you're a liar," or at least just a dishonest flat earther. And
well, is he sending people to say stuff about me that's not true? I mean, that's not good, is it? YouTube community.
Yeah, just make sure that everybody's fully aware of that.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Anyway,
that's a bit bad, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. The one thing I have is these drops here. He measured those, yeah? Actually measured those?
I don't think so. This is
No?
what he is going to measure when he does his bending. What these are the we started it off by getting Ruhif to start off with the first 500 meters. This is why we developed a 400-meter test, right?
I see. Well, I mean, he did say. I mean, you could play it again. Nah, I don't really. But I thought he did say that these are the drops.
Oh yeah, I will definitely put it if that's what he
Right.
says. We'll
I mean, words mean things, right?
Yeah.
So I was under the assumption that he measured all of those, and actually, in reality.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see what he says.
Let me drop this down here. Oh yeah, these were the amounts of drop per 100 meters. That was fun doing that. But
it was the amounts of drop per 100 meters. It was
past tense.
Yeah, sounds like well. He said that was fun doing that. I think what he means is putting numbers into the calculator, like it was really hard work or something.
Well, that's why I asked the question, because that was really fun doing that. It sounded like he actually did the test, and this is the drop. This is the numbers he got. You mean he just put these numbers into an Excel spreadsheet like this?
I think
and
so.
Calculated it off of something that may or may not actually exist?
And it was fun.
Well,
it was fun while he was doing it, yeah.
And he called you a liar and wanted his people to go and call you a big liar.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. You might have got the missing information and a bad impression that he actually had measured these. Well, no, he's not measured them. But this is his 100 meters, 200 meters, 300. These are all of his, and these are the drop, like he says. The water level over 1 mile drops nearly 200 millimeters. Drop. And he does mean drop. I mean, he said it a couple of times, right? The drop.
But I appreciate everybody stopping by. Make sure you all give Bev a nice big fat "you're a liar," or at least just a dishonest flat earther. And
not a flat earther.
Just make sure that everybody's fully aware of that. So anyway,
make sure everybody's aware.
Right
Slice Barcane is lying.
I have to get a legal document off to Twitter. I warned somebody, and they decided that they weren't going to listen. And using my likeness to promote a merchandise and monetized material. And I gave them a warning, and we're pretty much done with that. So I am taking the route that Twitter wanted me to take the first time, and I just got another email in the mail asking me if I want to take action, of which I am going to. So, ladies and gents, I really appreciate all y'all stopping by. And I am still not good enough at OBS to get the boom out, so everybody just make believe there's a boom. Y'all have yourselves a great day. Oh, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
There you go. Happy Thanksgiving, Sly. That was, we was on about putting a report in for some merchandising that somebody was using his likeness. He thought baby sponsorship, baby Sly. It was a real baby Sly sponsorship thing. I'll put it in the go back to Discord. Let me just find baby Sly sponsorship, baby Sly, so you know what he was talking about. They've been pretty butthurt for quite a while. I hope it was in Nips. Oh, I don't know where Sly is. I don't know whether DP's around or not. I don't know where it is. We had baby sponsorship Sly. I'll close that screen. Right, now, should I get the thingy, the board on? That was a really bad misrepresentation of what we do. And, oh, wait a minute, let me see. I need to sort out. Video. Right, can you guys see that picture? Now, this straight line thing that Sly was talking about. Now, we have a straight line. Like that. Now, that's a straight line. What Sly is saying, or whatever, is if you put a point in the middle with a water level, would there be any difference? The question is, if you've got a water level like this, one water level, another water level. Now, this water level would work the same. It doesn't matter how long the tube is, I say. So, if you put the water level here and there, they will always be the same. But then you can put the water level there. Would also be exactly the same. You see that? So they're both the same. So if you take the same as being... Get this. If you take the same as being equal, then what somebody has to say is, if you have a water level and from here to here they are equal, then if you tap in the centre another water level, would that make the centre rise up? And if it would, so you have a water level now. Let's see. We got so let's say, for instance, sort of, right? So it's like that. Water level. We'll draw it. Draw a water level here, right? So if we've got a water level like that there, and a water level like that there, and let's say we just fill that up. So it's the same. Now, if we've got a water level like that, then if we add a bit in the middle, is that level for starters? if we were to add one in the middle there, would it alter that at all? And if it did, would it make any difference? If we say the water level is level from here to here, then this is the level line that's there. Now, if we put a water level in the middle, would that water level stay on that line? Because the water level is going across there, from there to there. By adding this bit in the middle, logically, what would happen? Would it be on that line? I'd say if you were to move this end to here, then yeah, it would be. It would be on that line. And if you were to move this end to here, then that would also be on that line. So I say that line there would stay constantly. Now, if you go with the model that they say, they're looking for a drop. But you can't have a drop because this can't drop. And this can't drop. So what they are actually after is a raise. It has to go up. The only way that they can do it, logically, if it's not on this line, that can't drop there. You can't have a dip in the middle of the water level. So they say it needs to rise. But if it does rise, so we've got here, you would end up with something like that, where you have one horizontal from this end to this end. So that's a horizontal that goes across there. But now you've got, because you've put a middle one in there higher, you've got another horizontal that goes up. And another horizontal that goes down from there, but up from there. So in this position here, with this one water level, from here to here, if you imagine there's any difference in the centre, you end up with 3 horizontals. 1, 2, 3. All different. That's the basis of the test. It's to show that this one in the centre cannot be that. There's no difference. Does that make any sense to anyone? Like the fact that you cannot have 1, 2, 3 different horizontals across the level. It doesn't happen. That's why I was saying, if you blank this one off, then you only have this one from there to there, because you only have water level from this end to this end. If you were to do... that would be the water level if you were to put the water level in the centre. And then you would have another water level from here to here. I do have a better way. How is that look to everybody? Is that okay? Does that make sense? Or
completely?
Good. Good. So this is the basis of the test. Simple. Water level from one side to the other.
Is that a hump in the middle?
That one.
Yep, that one.
That one, yeah. That one's definitely higher. And I don't know
It would
why.
have to be.
That's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
So water higher in the middle than in either end, huh?
But he said drop, right? He did say drop. There's no way you can have this one here lower than this one here. Or this one here lower than this one here. Or this one here lower than this one or this one. There's no such thing as drop. No way. Impossible. And since Sean G as well agreed that there is no hump, you can't have a hump. There's no such thing as a hump. And the drop is impossible. Logic.
Paradox City. This is where the absurdity of their model shines. Right here. Right at this particular spot.
Well, and wouldn't Blue also agree that you can't have drop, right? Because he says big bulge of water in the middle of Lake Rakia.
Yeah. 90 foot.
Right.
That's an 8-story building. Maybe 9 stories. Yeah?
Yeah, a hump. Again, always this bit in the centre. Higher. Why? I've not got a clue. And as well, he keeps saying tangent, right? You've got a triangle. If you lift this one up here, it's higher. I mean, there's no tangent. You're off the floor. There's no curve there for anybody to make a tangent to. Tangents do not exist in this. This here is a horizontal. All the way across.
Yeah, that red line is just a fantasy.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. That's silly. Just that one.
Reality, right in your face.
And you can see this vertical there. Well, you can put it over there as well. Still vertical on the same horizontal. Doesn't change. It doesn't tilt or do anything as you move it over to one side or the other side. Always vertical, horizontal, perpendicular, 2 straight lines.
And just so everybody knows, the claim is that just by you moving that vertical laser light, you just tilted it. Or it just tilted. Yeah. One or the other, right?
This one here.
Understand that.
Not parallel to
that
one there.
Just the whatever that is, 8 inches, whatever it is. That's tilted now. It's tilted the opposite direction. That's the claim that's made.
There you go.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to have to get a better string for that one, aren't I? I mean,
or just chalk it up red so it can show more.
It's green. It doesn't show, does it? Yeah. The simple concept is that the water level from here to here, like everybody knows and everybody says, is horizontal, and they are the same level. There's only one group of people that claim this part here is where this tool is actually horizontal. Here. Well, it happens that this line all the way from here to there is entirety. It's a horizontal plane. It's established by the tool. Water level. Water level. Yeah, the test doesn't need a middle one, but if you were to say, call this part like that there. If you say that is a radius, then you could call that the diameter. Or you could call this from here to here the radius and cast a circle. And if you did cast a circle, then you could have a tangent to the circle there and there. Imagine a circle. And then this is the tangent here to this circle. And this is a tangent there. And you could also do the same on this side, like that. Now, if that's a tangent to that, and you have a tangent there, and a tangent here, and a tangent here, these tangent on this side of this diameter, and this tangent on this side of this diameter will both be parallel. Horizontal, parallel, parallel. Geometrically. All you need is to show that this is horizontal, and then the relationship between that straight line and the diameter of a circle and the perpendicular tangents at either side. This is how reality works. And this test is well, eventually we'll get into the Sly, Sparkane and Ruhif numbers for Sly's test over the next few days. I'm hoping Sly's going to come and have a chat about his test and how his test works, and eventually we'll get a chance to talk about it. We've been waiting for a couple of years to have a word with Sly about the differences between our straight line test and Sly's bending water level test. So I hope we can get round to doing that.
Hello, this is Charles.
Oh, hey, Math.
How you doing, sir? So I just wanted to chime in when you had the other diagram up, you know, with your 3-column water level, and that what I wouldn't call it a rise, because most people would say rise is a change in elevation.
Okay.
But the middle column would definitely be deviated from that line, that what you were calling the horizontal level line.
Okay.
Connecting
Without rising?
Let's start with the initial one, right?
Yeah.
So if you start off with a water level and you have one at this end and one at this end.
Yes.
Is there any difference between a height or you know, if you establish a horizontal here, would this one be on the same horizontal?
No.
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 So you would
the horizontal you're establishing right now is at the midpoint. So halfway between those two water levels, that's where your horizontal line is actually horizontal.
Is not this whole line horizontal? Like, could you not do that?
It's
and say,
it's only horizontal relative to the middle of the water level. Now the thing is,
all the way
practically
along,
speaking, it doesn't matter.
Line, surely. All
Practically
the way across
speaking, it
on the
doesn't
plane.
matter. Short distances, you know, a practical water level, you know, there's no practical difference. But if you have a water level that literally is several miles long, that's where we get into problems.
Well, what happens then in a water level? Let's say, because this is a drawing, right?
Yeah.
How long?
Let's say it's 1 mile. Let's say it's 1 mile long.
1 mile.
1 mile long water level, and then you put in your middle column.
Yeah. Oh, you want to add the middle one in? Let's put that back there. Fill that back up.
Right. So I like your phrase. You say you tap into the hose, and then you're going to get a hydrostatic equilibrium.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 2 inches above that that laser beam.
No way.
Yes. It's the
So
basically the
that's
sagitta.
all.
So 2 inches. It's 2 inches per mile squared.
You do realize you said hydrostatic equilibrium, and that's a zero pressure state. So it would be horizontal at all points along that zero pressure state.
Well, when you say horizontal, I think what you mean is level.
No, horizontal.
Did you say 2 inches per mile squared?
Yes, 2 inches per mile squared is the sagitta. So that's the deviation from that laser beam line connecting the two ends. So the further those two ends are apart. The thing is, you could do this with a water level.
Why
You could
2
do this with
inches per mile squared? What's that?
Yeah. Well, because you're measuring it at the middle.
Yeah,
So
but this is a mile. Like, here's a mile.
yes. So 1 mile. So you square 1, you get 1, and you multiply it by 2. So you get 2 inches per mile squared. So that deviation will be 2 inches above that laser beam.
Over a mile.
Yes.
But you said at that 2 inches at the midpoint.
Yeah, 2 inches higher than the laser beam.
That's a
Yes.
half mile, though, right?
No. 1 mile. 1 mile.
Yeah, but the midpoint.
I mean, no, it's a half mile. It's right.
1 mile, half a mile,
Yes.
right?
Yes. And
so it's
and the
2
thing
inches,
is,
it's 2 inches per mile squared. Yet you're
For
going
the
to have
sagitta.
that deviation 2 inches at the midpoint at the half mile.
yeah, because you could use 8 inches per mile squared with a half mile. So what's 1/2 squared? That's 1/4. What's 1/4 times 8? That's 2 inches. So it works. It's
Yeah,
basically
2
using the
inches
same.
per mile squared. Are you sure that's right?
Yes, 2 inches per mile squared for the sagitta.
Are you sure?
You're saying there's a hump in the middle of 2 inches.
Yeah.
I don't like that word.
I know you
How
don't
you
like that word, but that's
How
what
you
you're
doing?
saying, essentially.
How you doing, SC?
Very
SC
good, bro.
Montreal.
How are you?
Yeah. It's good to hear from you. The thing is, people get hung up on the language,
People?
So
Who? Which people?
Yeah, but Matt, language is very important here, right?
Yes, which is
Definitions
why.
are very important here.
Yes, which is why I shy away from the word hump, because like hump reminds people of like a hill, which is a change in elevation over distance, and we're not talking about a hill. We're talking about a level. All three of those water level columns are level.
Yeah, but you're also saying there's an elevation in this level.
No, there's zero elevation.
Then how do you have a hump or a sagitta?
Because there's no hump. That's why I say I shy away from that word. All three of those water levels are at the same elevation.
Then how could there be a higher at the center, Matt? Come on, bro.
It's not higher. It's level with the other two. But it
Okay,
follows-
this is what Bev is doing there, right?
Yes. And the only thing I object about what Bev's doing now is that if that string is under tension, it makes two triangles, and it's really a curve.
Okay, would you say that red string that red string that Bev put there is a representation of what you're saying?
If that line were curved, if that string were curved, yes, that would be the level surface. Just like all the
Brandon
surveying
said,
say.
when Brandon was talking about it, he said an angle. How do you know there's no angle there? Because obviously you've only got 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Now, if they're not on the same straight line, you've got 3 non-coplanar points, right?
Right.
So
Yes,
you've
that's
got
correct.
a tool that establishes non-coplanar. Right? It does say it's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, but you've got it non-coplanar.
Because we've gone beyond the realm
Who's
of
gone?
practicality.
Who's
Building a
gone
1 mile
beyond the
long-
realm of practicality?
Building a 1 mile water level is extremely impractical. It takes
Slice Bar
it takes a
Kane
lot
did
of-
it. Slice Bar Kane did it, didn't he?
Did-
Obviously,
you know-
he got it leaking all over the place.
But it's extremely impractical. I mean, didn't he send up like a GoFundMe and he had to buy all this stuff and it took all day. It's very impractical. But if you are doing a practical water level, like you're making a deck or you're doing something
See
at
this?
a job site.
See this?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
practical, isn't it?
That's very practical.
Yeah, it is a practical tool, the water level.
Absolutely.
So, so why can it not be done? Why do you say it's impractical?
It's
It
not
is
that it
very
can't be done.
practical.
It's that I've only seen one video on the entire YouTube where they did a 3-column water level going, I don't know what it was, like 2 kilometers or something.
Really?
Oh. And ask and receive
Which line would you say is level on that board?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Or which line would you say is level?
The whole, all 3 points are all level. All three water surfaces are level.
But wait a minute, we have 2 lines there. We have a red line.
Oh, okay. So right. So if the red were curved like a nice arc, a nice gentle arc, then the red would represent level.
And how about the one underneath it? What would that represent?
That's the chord. That's a straight line. Actually straight line. The chord.
But would you call it a chord then?
The straight line is the chord, and the other line, the curved line on top, is the level one.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Is that what you do? If we untapped this one, right, then that black line, would you still call that a chord?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the middle one's tapped or untapped. It's connecting 2 points with a straight line. And when I say straight, I mean actually, factually, collinear straight line. Then that's a chord on the
It's a
surface
water
of
level
the Earth.
though, right? A water level only has 2. It doesn't mention anything to do with a chord.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's only horizontal to the midpoint. But practically speaking, if you were using it on a job site, nobody would be able to measure
the
thousands of a
entire
degree
line, like math, please.
Yeah.
A straight line from A to B, right, is a straight line. Now, if you put that straight line in the horizontal position, because horizontal is also a straight line, then that's a straight horizontal line, right?
But only horizontal from the
No,
middle
the
position.
entirety.
It is not horizontal.
All of it, Matt. Every little bit of it. If you put a straight line in a horizontal position, all of that straight line will be horizontal, right?
Well, but from horizontal from whose perspective?
From the line being horizontal, the straight line being horizontal.
But from whose perspective? The guy on the left, the guy on the right, or the guy in the middle? I would say it's
the entire
horizontal.
Like, do you know what a horizontal is?
Oh, sure. But if we're talking about things on the Earth, horizontals don't. Horizontal is a local phenomenon.
No, it's not. A horizontal is like a plane. It's a geometric plane in a horizontal position.
Right, but on
practically,
Earth,
yes, it's exactly the same.
Practically, like on a job site, sure, horizontal, local, that's great, but a patch of sidewalk in New York City is not on the same plane as the patch of sidewalk in Los Angeles. The horizontals would intersect.
Horizontals don't intersect.
Yeah, well, that's the fundamental difference between us. So, but I mean, it's a fun conversation, and the thing is, I did want to chime in with just a little bit of the language.
No, you can't just breeze over you just saying horizontals would intersect. Where can you tell me whereabouts would a horizontal intersect? Mathematically or geometrically? Well,
yeah, everywhere. It's just a matter of how far you measure a horizontal. Like, for example, the guy on the left and the guy on the right, their horizontals would intersect at about 1 minute of arc, or 1 minute of angle.
So you don't think horizontals are parallel then?
Well, no, I mean, if you're standing in the middle, you can make as many horizontals
as you want.
What about mathematically? And they'll all be parallel, standing in the middle, horizontal to you, standing in the middle. But those are not going to be horizontal to the guy on the left or the guy on the right. They would be off by, a half a minute of arc, which is 30 seconds, 30 seconds of angle difference. So
angular difference to a horizontal.
Yeah, if you measure the horizontal from, say, the guy on the left to the guy on the far right, there'll be about a minute of angle off. And like I said, no one's going to notice. I mean, who you know?
Yeah,
who
a
would
minute
notice
of
a minute-
angle
a
off
minute of angle?
horizontal is
Yeah,
not horizontal math.
Right.
Okay,
That's
so it's not
from-
horizontal then. You can't have horizontals intersecting because you can't have a horizontal that's not horizontal. And if it's 1 degree off horizontal, it is not horizontal, is it?
But it's depending on whose perspective. I mean, it's
No,
kind of like
it's
saying
not,
I'm going to go
Math.
forward.
It's not.
You know, yeah.
You don't
well,
have your own horizontal. You don't control your
No.
horizontal, do you?
The Earth does, and specifically where the center of the Earth is. So, horizontal is perpendicular to a plumb. The plumb will, practically speaking, point to the center of the Earth. And plumbs are
no,
you know,
There's
divergent.
nowhere does it say plumb is to the center, unless you just want to write it out.
It's technically not pointing to the center of.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, it only points to the
technically
center of the
not
Earth at the
anywhere
at the point,
wrote
at the
that
poles.
it goes to the center, does it?
Yeah, well, only at the North and South Pole and at the equator does a plumb actually point to the center of the Earth.
No, it's
everywhere else. It's a little bit
is
off.
just a tool for establishing a vertical
Yes,
frame
locally.
of reference.
Locally.
Well, wherever you have it, Math. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Because if you ever want a vertical, you're best off with the plumb bob, right? That's the tool.
Absolutely. That's why, you know, well, the modern equivalent of a plumb bob is you know, a builder's level. I mean, although, you know, good builders will have
No,
a plumb bob
is a
and
plumb
level.
bob, right? They've not been much modernized. This is
No. What I'm saying is a
this
plumb
is a
bob
plumb
is,
bob,
you know,
yeah.
you have to drive a nail into the wall or a screw or something. So, you know, the builder's level with the spirit level, you know, it has one that's 90 degrees. So you can measure horizontal, you can measure a vertical. It's just it's a practical tool because you don't have to nail it. You don't have to nail anything into the wall.
You didn't just nail that one there, and that's hanging there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's shocking, that man. Nervous.
No.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to chime in. I'm actually calling from work, but I just wanted to chime in with just that diagram you had going there. I just I'm at school, so I have to leave. I'm leaving school soon. All the other teachers have gone home, so I'm probably the last teacher in the building. But anyway.
Overtime. Staying with us.
Yeah.
That's commitment to
Yeah.
for it. Yeah.
But
sure. Shout out, Matt.
You thought you'd just come and tell us that of a water level, if you were to tap one in the middle that nobody ever does, and no reason for anybody to ever do that.
It's been
but
done.
If you did, it would
the
be
video's
higher.
going around. It's like Lionel, like Chetwynd or something. I forget the guy's name, but I've only seen one video, and it was very poorly photographed. So, if I showed that to somebody like you, you'd be like, "Well, that doesn't prove anything," and I would say, "Yeah, it probably doesn't," because the guy didn't film the things that he should have filmed. But one of the important things, though, Bev, is that it's very, very hard to measure a 2-inch sagitta over a 1 mile stretch of water level. Like, how would you measure it? Like, you couldn't walk up to it and measure it.
You've just given us the method here, right?
We do
a shared straight line segment, right? That's easy to show, isn't it? We just get another water level and make this the middle part and this the end and extend it even further.
No, but they would all be level with each other. So you wouldn't.
Yeah, they'd all be on the same straight line.
No, they'd all be on the same curved level.
No.
So anyway, I'm not going to prove to you the shape of the Earth.
Straight. No, it's not about math. This isn't about the shape of the Earth. This is about basic geometry and reality, and showing how to prove Euclid in reality. That's showing it. That's all this is.
Yeah, well, it's the reality part. The thing is, practically speaking, we appear to live in a locally Euclidean world, but Euclid is just prescriptive. Euclidean geometry is just descriptive, not prescriptive. So you could measure things with polar coordinates. You can measure them with X, Y, Z. You can measure them with all kinds of stuff.
Can I ask you, right? If we've got this and we make this 2 miles,
2 miles.
Does that make that middle bit go higher?
Yeah,
If we make this water level longer, can we get that to go up higher?
Yeah, so you just use 2 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
So if you have 2 inches, you square that, you get 4, multiply it by 2 inches, you'd have an 8-inch sagitta.
Yeah, like Lake Rakia.
Yeah. So if we made it 23.5 miles from this end to this end, then we could move this one up like 90 foot up in the air.
Yep.
All right. So how many? I'm getting up my calculator here. How many miles was it again?
23.7 miles.
23.7.
Yep. Unclamp it. Boing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna
come in. Yeah.
We're gonna multiply that by 2 inches. I squared it, multiplied it by 2, and so it's like 1,100 inches. So I'm going to divide that by 12, and you'd be 93 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bingo.
So what we need in order to get this higher, what we need to do is make the water level longer.
Yeah, it is
Brilliant.
very hard because tubing is expensive.
Does sound ridiculous. Do you
actually
feel all right saying that, Math?
I've priced it out. I literally have considered purchasing enough tubing to build myself a multi-mile long water level, and it's just like I don't have that kind of money lying
We've
around.
got 100 quid for 400 meters. So do that 4 times, 4 of them, 400 quid. Add 100 quid for other things, for boards and stuff. You could do a mile of this tubing.
Yeah,
boom, get it gone.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I do have one question. If you were gonna do it, how would you measure any change? I mean, what would your process be to measure any change?
Yeah.
That is the $1 million question: is how do you measure something? So, like, if you were standing on one end, you're trying to measure something that's a half mile away, but deviated by 2 inches. How would you, how would you do that? That's the very difficult. Which is why that a test like this is extremely impractical, because how would you make the measurement?
Come on, how can you have a drop from one end to the other, but then a rise of the bit in the center?
Because it's all about perspective. So
perspective, it's not. A water level's got fuck all to do with perspective. Absolutely zero.
The water level traces level, but horizontal.
Yeah, it's a practical tool. It's got fuck all to do with perspective.
Horizontal is based on your perspective.
It's not.
Yes.
No, it's not. Horizontal is not based on my perspective.
So, and again, that's based upon your vision of the shape of the Earth.
It's not.
Now, I've got it for you, Bev.
I'm sorry about that, Matt, but it's just not. That's bullshit.
Can you still hear me? I something just came up on my screen. So here's a question for you, Bev. I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. I know you say that you don't call yourself a flat earther.
Absolutely.
Because
not.
the Earth is measurably not flat. I think that's your phrase.
Yeah.
What do you think flat earthers believe?
I don't know. I don't bother thinking what other people think. I just deal with myself. Don't worry about other people.
Yeah, but
do you? What do you think other people think?
Well, I think they agree with you. They're just using the word flat, and you don't like.
Is the mic really? Hang on. Is my mic really shitty?
Yeah, always.
Give me a second. I'm gonna switch headsets.
Okay.
I'll give you a flat earther answer.
I bet he's not got a shitty headset. I bet he's got another shitty headset, Rob. He's known for that.
Because Bev, what I've been meaning to ask you is, like, is your conceptualization of, quote unquote flat earther or the flat earth community, do you think that these guys think that the earth is like a dining room table with no hills, no valleys, it's a plane, a plane?
No, I don't. I actually think we all live in the same reality.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Yeah. So I just choose to be direct with what I say. When I say it's not flat, right?
Right, but and I think you had a little bit of this when you were talking about MC Toon's challenge, where he says you have to use flat Earth geometry, and you're like, "What's flat Earth geometry?" And I would call that, say, Euclidean, where everybody's flagpole is parallel. everybody's piece of sidewalk is
You
is,
say
is power,
you say flat Earth geometry is Euclidean.
Well, no, what I'm saying is if you think about the Euclidean just XYZ coordinates where everything is in a grid, everything is rectangular, you've got horizontals and verticals.
Yeah, and
all the
triangles
verticals are
with
parallel.
180 degrees.
Right.
And pi
right.
at 3.14, like everybody
a
knows.
flagpole, a flagpole in London is parallel to a flagpole in New York City, right? In this conceptualization of the world, and I would think that you would agree with that. Everyone's flagpoles are parallel.
All horizontals are parallel, yes.
Right. So that conceptualization of the world is what I would call a flat Earth geometry, or flat Earth model.
You think everybody who knows horizontals are parallel is a flat earther?
People don't usually talk about that. I mean, this is the only channel where I've heard people talk about horizontals being parallel.
But they are, though,
the smartest channel around.
They are, though, aren't they, math?
No, they're not.
You do math at school, right? You teach math?
Yes.
Right, are horizontals parallel?
Oh, sure, like on the whiteboard,
in mathematics, then.
Diagram, sure.
In mathematics, then, yeah?
Yeah, but we're not talking about a horizontal in London.
We're talking about all horizontals, right? So all of the horizontals
every
that
single
are in
one of them.
mathematics, right? Are we going to call those flat Earth horizontals that are parallel?
Well, but the thing is, it depends on perspective. Like I could have two math students.
No, it doesn't matter. In mathematics, you do not do perspective. So in mathematics, when you're dealing with a graph and graph paper and horizontals and verticals being perpendicular to each other, are they all parallel?
Only the ones written on one piece of graph paper.
As
soon as you introduce a second sheet of graph paper, now you're off. So my analogy is you have two math students and they both have a sheet of graph paper and they're both doing a geometry problem. Well, if you lay down the two pieces of paper next to each other, you could line them up so that the horizontals are parallel, but you could just, swivel the papers. The one kid could be sitting on one chair and kid could be sitting in another chair, and now all of a sudden the papers are not lined up. So that's what I meant by perspective, is that on a single sheet of graph paper, sure, all the horizontals and all the verticals are parallel and they're perpendicular. But it's when you extend it beyond, that's when you get into difficulties.
Get difficulties of what? I don't get into any difficulties. I know
of course not.
All horizontals are parallel, and I know how differential leveling works, and there is no problem for me knowing that all horizontals are parallel. I don't have a problem. You do.
Yeah, I get. No. I don't have a problem either. I just my conceptualization of the shape of the Earth is different from yours.
But your conceptualization doesn't have any horizontals at all, does it?
No, only local horizontals.
What
define
horizontal?
Local?
How long is a local horizontal?
Yeah, we've been through this.
I know, but come on, just
but apparently it hasn't sunk in for you, sir.
Yeah. So
how big, math, is a local horizontal?
It all depends on why you were trying to measure horizontal. Are you trying to lay out a building site? Are you trying to build something?
How big then?
You're trying to put a deck.
How big can we have a horizontal, and how small can we have a horizontal? What's your scale on how we're using it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to put numbers to it because you haven't told me the purpose.
Well, the biggest one. What's the biggest horizontal you've ever heard of? Size-wise.
Well, the biggest one I've ever heard of is the LIGO. One arm of LIGO, where you take
only one arm, not both of them.
Well, no, each arm of LIGO is a ruler straight line, but it's only horizontal in the middle at the midpoint.
No,
it's
not
not
a
straight.
horizontal plane, right?
Well, the LIGO,
the entire thing is on a horizontal plane.
Yes,
on the XY.
yes, the entire LIGO detector is on a horizontal plane, but where it intersects the Earth, it's just take one arm. It's like a letter L, but just take one half of LIGO. Yeah. So that's one line segment. And I'm
you
sure
we
you've
get
seen
to LIGO,
the elevation profiles, but the elevation profiles make it look curved, and it's the
What?
LIGO
The
detector is
elevation
straight.
profiles of LIGO make it look curved.
Well,
No.
because elevation profiles have a flat,
Have
flat
you been
baseline
Have
on
you
the
been
diagram.
watching Blues unclamping? He's not been unclamping LIGO, has he?
That's related. That's a related concept, but I'm sure you've seen the videos where people have gone to the LIGO sites using Google Earth, and they do an elevation profile, and you can actually see the change in elevation.
He's been there. He's took plenty of pictures. He lives there.
So
Yeah. Can I say? Hang on.
Can I just go and make a brew quick? All right, if I can.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, those arms are straight.
Yes.
So they're horizontal.
No.
You sure?
Yes. They're only horizontal to the midpoint of each arm.
No, man, they're trying to blast laser beams through vacuum tubes for like a quarter mile or like half a mile or something. Or a mile.
Yes, so it has to be straight. It has to be
absolutely
laser
straight.
Laser straight.
But you're saying that the tube that it's in is not straight.
No, the tube that it's in is absolutely straight. Yes, I'm saying that if you get an elevation profile of the land, you'll see it change in elevation.
How about this? What if you took a water level and put it on each end and one little tap in the middle?
Yeah, you would see it. It would match. You see the sagittal.
So that's what we need to do then. We need to see if that matches. Forget your pictures on Google Earth.
Yeah, no, that
Google
would
Earth
work.
is not a practical demonstration.
Yeah, but
you need a practical
unfortunately, I don't think
demonstration.
you'd be able to get on the site.
Yeah, no, I got you. And why would that be? They wouldn't want you to put water level beside that thing to find out if it's laser straight.
The thing is, anybody using a theodolite and proper technique could measure the curvature of the Earth, on a small stretch of like flat, calm water. Because literally every body of water, every resting body of water follows the curvature of the Earth. So if you found like a pond or something that was 2 miles wide or 1 mile wide, and you had your theodolite, you'd be able to measure the curvature of the Earth. It's tricky.
You've seen the Ruhif numbers, right?
I don't know what the Ruhif numbers are.
We're gonna have to get somebody to give you the Ruhif numbers because we could definitely measure it in 400 meters with a water level.
400 meters sounds way too short to actually measure something. It just sounds way too short.
Yeah. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to scan my phone. I got a picture of the Ruhif numbers.
While you're doing that, let me ask him a question, Rob, if I may. So, Matt, the arm, right? Let's take one arm, 2.5 miles, correct? Of LIGO?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a LIGO expert. I only know the concept of that the arm is straight and that the elevation profile looks curved. Yes.
Hey, a very rudimentary question I'm going to ask you. Nothing difficult.
Okay.
So we'll call one end of the one arm A and the other end B.
Okay.
Right? And we'll call the middle C.
Okay. So
okay,
ACB.
How do you envision those 3 points?
They're collinear. A, C, B are collinear.
So there's a straight line.
Yes.
Between all 3 points.
Ruler straight. Yes.
Okay, but didn't you say before that in the center there's an elevation? Didn't I hear you say?
I'm saying if you looked at the elevation profile of the entire 2.5 mile length, you would see a change in elevation that would make line ACB look like a curve.
So not straight then?
No. The elevation profile has a flat baseline, which is inappropriately flat, but it just makes the diagrams easier because point A is at a higher elevation than point C. Point B is also at a higher elevation than point C. Okay, that's what the elevation profile would show. It would literally look like a curve, like a U shape, not like a flattened U. So even though ACB is ruler straight.
I'm trying to get this straight now. You're saying the center point is higher or lower than either end?
The center point is at a lower elevation than the two ends.
At a lower elevation. Okay, so in other words, if I was to take, if I was to drop some water or a bead or a ball bearing at either end, right?
Yes.
What would happen to that? It would roll in the center, or how do you?
No, because I'm sorry. Yeah. So you have the LIGO tube.
Gentlemen.
Yes, it would roll towards the center. Yes, absolutely.
So both ball bearings at either end would roll towards the center in the LIGO arm.
Yes.
But then you claim that it's perfectly straight and level.
I did not claim it's level. I claimed it's straight.
It's straight, but both balls could roll from the either end to the center. Are you sure that's correct?
Because it is not level. That's the key. It's not level. A and B are at a higher elevation, about 12.5 inches higher than point C. So I mean, obviously, friction would probably prevent the ball bearing from rolling. But yes, in a perfectly frictionless world, a ball bearing dropped at point A or B would roll towards point C.
And what would cause it to roll? What would be the cause?
Gravity, because it's at a higher elevation, and then therefore the actual LIGO arm is inclined. It's an inclined plane with regards to the force of gravity.
Oh, that's similar to what George said the other day.
Gravity's not a force, sir.
Well, whatever you want to call the downward tug. When you drop your keys, what causes your keys to hit the ground? Whatever you want to call that.
Yeah, you're definitely a teacher.
Well, the thing is, sometimes people get caught up on language, whatever.
I find it hard to conceive of a straight arm, but being lower in the center. Like I'm trying to envision like a ruler, for example. I'm having a hard time, Math, honestly.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I'm having a hard time also, which is why when you asked the question about the ball bearing, I initially said no, and then I caught myself. And then I thought about it, and then I realized that the answer is yes. So if you're having trouble conceptualizing this, I am also, because it is not, it's not an easy thing.
You're just making it up.
No, I'm trying to use the laws of physics, but I'm trying to apply them in my mind to something that is, I've never actually thought about this before. So.
Wow, you think you've never thought about something, but you thought you'd come in here and have a go at it. Have a pop.
No. What I was having a go at was talking about the sagitta on your diagram on your whiteboard. What I'm doing right now is I'm responding to a off-the-cuff question that I'd never considered, like the ball bearing LIGO question. I'd never thought about that. So
Well, can I just give you you might have missed at the beginning because we're doing this is Euclid night, right? Now at the beginning I said book 3. Couple of definitions, the redefinitions of these things for three-dimensional reality, right? The 3D geometry, the redefinitions of words. And it says, book 11, definition number 3, a straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Right now, you said there is a horizontal plane there. So every straight line meeting it perpendicular at right angles to that plane.
Right.
Right.
But it's, if you read what it says very carefully, it's basically, if you drew all those lines, it would look like a not like a star, but you would have all the lines would be crossing. So you'd have your vertical.
This is the definition of a straight line.
Right,
wait a minute. That was number 3. Number 4 says a plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. Like X and Y and Z, all of those planes can be perpendicular to the other plane.
Yeah, well,
right.
X, Y, and Z are not
in
planes.
LIGO, you can have an X and Y being perpendicular to the Z. You could have X and Z being perpendicular to Y at anywhere along the plane. You understand that? That's geometrically anyway.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
It's just that make sure that when you say a plane, you got to give 2 letters, like for example, the XZ or the ZY or the XY. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's no argument here.
Well, yeah, but you did say it's only horizontal at a point somewhere along the middle.
Horizontal compared to us living on the Earth.
But the plane.
Where we define
the horizontal
vertical
plane
standing
math.
on Earth. Well, there's no such thing as a horizontal plane unless it's at the local to where you are.
No, the
You can make a
entire
horizontal plane.
XY plane
What's local?
will be horizontal, and they will all be parallel to the Z. They will be perpendicular, right?
Yeah, theoretically, like for example, the Cartesian
geometrically,
coordinate system
mathematically.
Yeah. For example, the plane that contains the equator, right? And I forget which plane that is. It's either XY or XZ or YZ, but that plane is perpendicular to the plane that contains the prime meridian, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm totally with you there. But when you're standing on Earth,
you messed up. I don't think you are with me when you say that. You're just saying words, right?
Well, so
because when I'm talking about a horizontal plane, I'm talking about a horizontal plane, like everybody knows a horizontal plane. But your model afflicted, and your model has told you there's no such thing as a horizontal plane, hasn't it?
No, it's local. You can have a horizontal plane.
You can have a horizontal plane anywhere.
Sure, absolutely.
And you can have it at any length because it's infinite, isn't it?
He needs to tell us what local is.
He can't. That's a paralogism. He can't. He's blinded to it. He doesn't know what it means.
Well, because it's like saying define practical. What's practical for a millionaire?
It's something that can be done in reality.
Could be. Well, no, practical. There's parameters of ease and expense. So what's practical for a millionaire? He could drop $10,000 on vinyl tubing and all the fittings. But somebody like me, a struggling high school teacher,
that doesn't mean practical.
That kind of money,
no, I think that just means whether you can afford it or not.
But that's part of it. Also, is how much time it takes. Whether you can hire a crew.
Practicality's got nothing to do with
400 meters.
Check. You could build it.
Check the live chat, Charles. Check the live chat.
Okay.
Check the live chat, and you'll see those RUHIP numbers. Numbers 1 to 4 are measurable.
Okay. So the thing is, I'm still Discord clueless. So I'm in something called #live chat, and is it from? Oh, RUHIP numbers. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this because I want to be able to analyze this stuff.
That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been around for a while.
We've got
Arcane's got them as well.
16 individual, unstated water level, blah blah blah. King Sturdy members. Okay. So I'm going to have to take a closer look at this because I just off the top of my head I can't really make too much sense of this, but. Thank you. Is your name Rob? Did you?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
it's right
Rob.
there above where it says RUHIP numbers. It says it was posted by Rob.
Well, that could have been a screen name, like Flat Earth Math has been.
Oh man!
All right, Rob.
I am all.
I appreciate that, Rob. Now, I was supposed to be leaving like 30 minutes ago because they literally they're gonna trap my. It's 6:30 at night. And how many school teachers do you know are still at school? It's 3 hours after school ends. Anyway.
Bad. This is extracurricular activities. I understand.
But I did take a screenshot of that.
Yeah, you should.
So I appreciate
really
that,
look
Rob.
into those.
Jolly good.
Thank
They've
you.
been checked by a few people. I think Slice Arcane's done one. Starcard has done one.
Yeah. But I mean, they're all based on the same, approximate globe estimate, which is, 8 inches per mile squared. These things are in metric, so I'll have to play with the numbers. But anyway, gentlemen, it was really a pleasure speaking with you. SC Montreal, thank you for your questions. That was a really great question with the ball bearing. And I hope I talk with you folks soon.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Charles.
All right, cheers.
Yeah.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hump, another humpist. Thank you very much. Wow.
Sorry, I scared him away, you guys.
No, it's okay. I said at the beginning of the day, predictions yet again. The moment you start talking about straight lines and water levels, they have to go to LIGO, because their misunderstanding of straight lines obviously develops into the misunderstanding of a plane and the misunderstanding of perpendicular.
I love it when they go to LIGO.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, again, there are only a few people that are willing to come in here and talk shit.
I just wish we could take a water level to LIGO. That would be cool. That's what we need.
We don't need to.
Then, well, no, I know, you know what I mean, though. Like, then we could show them what we mean. They might get it.
I'm not so sure. I think paralogisms are people are blinded to them. They can't see it. And he did have. I just went and explained how you can't have 3 horizontals from A to B. And yet he went and had them. I'm guessing because, like Kevin said, you in the midpoint of that midpoint, you could have another hump. So you just add another 2 horizontals in there. And you just exponentially do that every time. More and more and more horizontals. So from A to B, where there is 1 horizontal, if you have 1 water level, if you start tapping more of them in, on their model, you end up with an infinite amount of horizontal points. Ridiculous. And like he said, you lengthen the water level, you get a bigger hump in the middle where the water level isn't. Where's Buster? Hydrostatic pressure. Hydrostatic pressure, right? From A to B. 0. That is your water level. Now, if you extend that, and like they say, you increase, I wonder how much pressure you could calculate. I wonder if anybody's ever done that. If LIGO, if let's say the 90 foot, wonder what 90 foot of hydrostatic pressure is. Just off the top of my head. Because there is a 90 foot rise, it's a vertical change.
I just seen a message here. I got a message from Flat Earth Data. He says he can't join the show.
Oh dear.
I just noticed now at 3:13 he sent me a message, so I don't know if he's been removed or if he's on the wrong server. I don't know.
I don't know.
Just
anybody done anything to data? No. Nice, Lanty. That was good. Jaren showed bendy water, did he? Nice. That's handy. Was it when Jaren showed it, was it a drop or the hump? I'm not too sure whether there is a drop, although the Ruhif numbers are the drop. Yeah, Math went for the hump. It's interesting.
These people are totally exposed and they have nowhere to go, Bev. I'm completely perplexed. What is Sly going to do? I can't tell whether he knows that. I mean, he just lacks logic. He's not clever enough to be lying. He just must absolutely be paralogistic.
With that, yep. Doesn't sound like a sophist, unless I'm wrong. I think he believes it.
Yeah, Pat, lay off with the timing George out. That last comment, nothing wrong with that. Telling us about his RBD face. Definitely want RBD face to be coming around, George. I mean, I can't undo that for you, George, but yeah, George has said, as soon as I receive my new auto level, I will be making a series of videos detailing the differences between auto levels and theodolites and how to use and calibrate each. That'll be handy. George is going to teach us how to calibrate auto levels and theodolites. I might be getting a theodolite, George. Which is the best one? What do you reckon? What's the best?
Oh, the motherfucker left.
Who?
Charles.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I was having fun listening to that shit.
What? Humps?
This one
drops
level with this, right?
Yeah, I showed him the Ruhif numbers and he had to go.
Yeah, but the middle one is higher, 2 inches by 2 inches higher. Okay, so then it's not horizontal, right? No, it's horizontal, but you just said it was 2 inches higher in the center. Yeah. So that's not horizontal then, is it? No, it's still horizontal, Ben. I'm killing my fucking self. I'm laying down on the bed. I'm just fucking giggling. Joel's like, the fuck you laughing at? I'm like, this guy's a fucking
They cannot hear themselves. They just cannot hear themselves.
It's paralogism, right? I'm sure we've hit on something. This is a definite thing. They can't see it. There's a David in the chat who, probably Brenda or whoever plays Brenda, says, try thinking we'll never do a water level test. Well, it's called a straight line test and we use water levels. And we've already done it. And he says, we'll never do that because it trivially shows that level is not horizontal. Well, I mean, level is horizontal. Provably so. To say it isn't, it would need some sort of backing up. You crazy people. You've got to be a glober. Got to be a model-afflicted glober.
None of this fucking higher in the middle shit, right?
Higher in the middle, but lower all over.
Yeah, and then he switched it. I was completely blown away when he was talking about the LIGO. He switched it instead of a rise. It went down. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my god!
Yeah.
At that point, I was like, okay, now he's just trolling us.
Well, David, all you've got to do is show us how the proof of it is. That'll be easy. Well, I know we know Globers don't have proofs. It's really unfortunate that you say that something's provably, but you don't know what a proof is and you don't have any proofs. Level being horizontal is provably so within mathematics. Easy. Simple. Higher in the middle. Got a full-on team today.
Oh, it's amazing. They're the best. I hope they keep coming back. This is great.
LIGO's not level. Wow, look at this.
Now that's sophistry.
It's gaslighting
Right.
as well. I mean, what they're doing it for, they're not doing it for anybody who listens to us, right? Critical thinkers would obviously know that the water level can't rise in the middle. That's ridiculous. But the people who are paralogists, the ones that have to have this as an outcome, but they're going to lap it up. That's what David and Duncan, that's what they're there for. They're there to talk to the paralogists, the globe earthers. And good on you. I mean, I hope Blue's listening. Blue, shout out, Blue. I mean, you started this off today about the straight line, and you say we can't prove it. Well, we can prove a straight line. People can prove a straight line. It's just, it seems like there's a group of people that don't know what a straight line is. How do you know it's not straight without a straight line to measure from? How do you judge a curve without a straight line? How do you know there's a drop without a straight line to measure a drop from? Like we say, a change from the horizontal, a different measure on the vertical, is a change in elevation. It just is. Humping water is shown by surveyors. Let's bring in the surveyors with the humping water. Let's have it.
I want to see that.
Yeah. You're going to have that.
Yeah, I would also like to make a shout out to SE for what he was talking about before when he called Charles out and said, "So it's a hump." Yeah, I don't like that word. Why? Because it sounds stupid when you say it like that? That's exactly what SE did. I was doing that in the background. Why? When you say it like that, it sounds stupid? No, I just don't like the word hump. Well, because that's what it is. And hump sounds stupid. So, yes.
Yeah, they hate
Kudos,
that.
SE. Kudos.
They're allergic to that word because they know what it entails, what they have to believe and explain after that. Yeah. Good point, Turnip.
I like this one. Check this out in the chat there. Paige says they can't show humping water. And like two next ones. Humping water is shown by surveyors. But not shown by any surveyors that we know. Because it doesn't exist. It's ridiculous. Obviously somebody who hasn't got a clue about surveying. David. Has anyone checked David to see how old that account is and how many videos he's done? Perhaps he's a surveyor. Might have a few humping water surveying videos. Globe surveyor, perhaps? Curveyor?
He's almost been on YouTube for a month.
Wow. Must be an expert then. I bet he's posted loads of videos about surveyors and how surveyors work and geometry. Or not, just like a blank, empty channel.
Probably hiding it from us.
Mm-hmm. That's terrible.
I don't know where they go from here, Bev. I have no idea. I'm lost, man. What is up with these people?
I don't know. We've only been doing the same thing for 3 years now.
You mean what's hump with these people?
I did get a thing. I'll put it back in the chat again. This is... I woke up this morning with a video 3 years ago to the day. Check that out. This is Bedford Canal 3 years ago. That's when me and my lad went there. That's Roxanne in the dinghy on Bedford Canal. So these are the pictures that supposedly Robotham would have had. So that's 3 years ago today. We were sat in a dinghy on Bedford Canal. The same height, with a camera, the same height as what Robotham had. No hump. There's no drop.
No drop.
Hey, don't use that word. I don't like that word.
Don't say hump.
We choose not to use those words anymore.
We want Matt to drive home safely. You know, I'm sure he's listening while he's driving home. Don't say hump.
David only knows about the YouTube surveyors as well. Do you know any other surveyors that aren't YouTube characters, David? And like actual surveyors? No.
Do you even know where to go to even look for a surveyor?
Yeah. I like surveyors. I like chatting with them. If anybody's out there, just have a chat with surveyors. They'll always want to talk to you, let them know what they're doing, unless they're really busy. But mainly, people who are professionals always want to tell people what they're doing.
Fuck yeah. They're proud of that.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck yeah, I set up this shit. I'll show you what you did.
Yeah, what are you doing? And they'll tell you. It's dead easy.
Yeah. What do you mean you're interested in what I'm doing? Thank God somebody's asking me.
So Oh, God.
No, I was just joking, like saying, and they do, because the other day I stopped a City of Montreal snow cleaner guy, and I asked him, why the hell do you guys, when you pass by, when you put the snow where the cars are, why don't you put it on the other side where there's no cars? And he told me, look, I hear what you're saying, but we gotta like half. We gotta put half on one side and half on the other side. Okay, thanks, man. Thanks for the explanation. He goes, have a nice day, sir.
Yeah, I remember that day you were up on that. I'm pretty sure it was the Bedford level. You guys were setting up all your shit, and someone stopped on the bridge and like, "What are you doing?" Never seen that shit before. What are you guys doing?
Yeah. There's just people. I don't know. Like they think surveyors do stuff, but they've only ever talked to YouTube surveyors that have disappeared. YouTube surveyors that cannot come and converse with us. The same as Slicer Barcane. He can't come and talk to us. He can make videos about it. There's a few of the Globe Science people.
I gotta give credit to Charles though for coming in. You know.
Well, he's obviously been sent in because he's one of the only ones that can say that stuff, right? He's that bad that I don't think he realizes. And the ballers are probably happy that at least somebody's coming in to say something. I mean, look at the people in the chat. David's come in. There's not many people that are brave enough to say that stupid shit, to be honest. You know, humping water levels in the middle. And I mean, he's completely forgot about the drop. Poor fella. Like,
yeah, what about the drop?
Yeah.
Where's your hump next to your drop? Next to your horizontal, perpendicular, diagonal.
Yeah.
That's what happens with these contradictions. That you can't have both. You can't have a drop and a hump. Because they're both in the opposite directions.
Ah.
And if you were to take a mean, it'd be straight.
But if you're a dialetheist, well, you can have both.
Yeah. And have a misunderstanding of what a contradiction is. So then you can show everybody by not seeing the contradiction.
That's where the paralogist comes in.
If anybody's listening in to us and thinking we're talking in a different language, I'm sorry. It's just that just recently we've hit upon a logical is it a logical trap or a logical irrationality or something with a illogic where people
a way to rationalize the unlogic.
Yeah, to make yourself believe that illogic is logical.
Yes, exactly.
And
perfect definition. Making the unlogical logical.
The geometry, like if David's in the chat as well, maybe they've had a team talk with everybody. Be aware, they're talking about geometry that accounts for perspective. Perspective and projective geometry accounts for that, but that is Euclidean still, straight lines all the time. At least that's what it says in my projective and perspective geometry book.
They're trapped. There's nowhere to go. Sly will never do a test.
He's going to get his boat out. Bug 2, he's got a little powered boat with a stick on it in the canal. You can see that working, can't you? A foam boat with a stick on it with a reflector that he's going to have a laser that does something. I don't know. It's genius.
Yeah, I saw that. It didn't make any sense to me. Why doesn't he do the old bendy water test and just prove to us all that what he says is right?
The drop. All he's got to do is measure the drop from one end and then the drop from the other end, and he's got a double drop.
Should be easy.
Mm-hmm. David, keep saying it. I mean, is that... I think David's talking about Blue's latest live stream video. Have you seen that? That was quite impressive. Or has he done another one? I know Blue's last video is called what David's talking about there. Contradiction.
the things they've said. It's crazy, man. The things they've said.
When I look at it, everybody looks in a dictionary at what level is, and certain people will say, that's wrong. That's wrong. You don't understand. You're stupid. You're a flat earther. If you read the dictionary, then I'm guessing you must be a flat earther.
We all know what they have to say, but we can't figure out why they have to keep saying it. Why do they have to keep coming back for more?
Yeah. Yeah, we know what the model predicts and we know what the model forces people to say. It's just, like you say, it's so amazing that they have to keep coming back here to say that. There are getting fewer and fewer though, right? Everybody used to be coming round to have a chat with us, but now, not at all. And no, they can say that's because we're delusional as much as possible, but wait till we start talking to normal people. Wait till we start actually bringing the proofs out and talking to people about it. What's going to happen then? Look at that one. That last one there is absolutely ridiculous.
It's crazy.
They're just taking it to a whole new level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, don't say that. I don't like that word.
Shut the hump up.
He's took the usual horizontal pictures. He's got a horizontal, not having a bubble in the middle. It's got it on the right hand side here. It's ridiculous.
Crazy that he would put it's beyond words.
David, you're trying hard. Too hard, David. I don't know what's up with you. It's like you're assigned to it. You have to do it. Or it may be a bot. It may be a pre-programmed bot by now. Asking, what do you reckon? Do they have...
Who knows? Very easily.
It'd be much easier to get a bot to do that sort of stuff than an actual person. Right? Imagine how triggered you'd be if you were a real person doing that.
It's very difficult to imagine. That's why I say bot hurt.
Yeah.
Just the fact that you can envision the straightest thing in the universe, LIGO, one of the arms, right? And agree that it's the straightest thing, and then say that it's lower in the middle. That's like, if that ain't dialythism, I don't know what is.
Well, it gets me how they just keep repeating the same, verticals aren't parallel, blah, 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 but they can't prove any of it.
Asking. I don't know if you've been in here when I've said this. And YouTube, I know you've heard me say this. But they can't give you information that they don't have. That's why they keep coming back with the same information, because they don't want to learn the other information. You don't understand. Come on, Buster, finish it off.
I can understand that, but why do they keep coming back?
Because they're fucking dumb.
They've, like I say, I think they've mistaken us for flat earthers. And for some reason, they have to fight against the reality that we bring because they've got a mistaken view of what we are doing here. Somebody has told them that we are flat earthers, and it's right from the beginning. And I know who it is. will know who's to blame. And they're the people that won't come and talk to us. Fight the Flat Earth and Slice Barkane. And Jesse Kozlowski. And the main surveyor. Now, that was 4 names, but how many people that is, I don't know.
I've never heard anybody in here attack anybody. I've heard a few people just defend themselves after they were viciously attacked, but this is one of the nicest servers you're ever going to find. There's nobody in here that really,
Hey, fuck you, Askin.
Except for Turnip. Turnip is a huge issue. But everybody loves him, so be careful.
Yeah, YouTube, they love me.
This is, I don't know, are we at a new level? Or, I don't know. People are stopping watching. I don't know whether that's the Globers that are just sort of thinking that they're not going to get what they want out of it.
They're scared to death to leave it alone, though. They can't handle the thought of us talking to normal people that will just answer questions without thinking about them logically.
Yeah. Yeah, the model affliction is what we're fighting against within this arena. But like I watched the other day, Dave Weiss. Now, he's not a debater, but there is no debaters in this. There's no such thing as a debate. What everybody imagines a debate is that shouting at each other. Rather than just talking about points and getting your point across and giving chance to the other person to get the point across. It never happens. And there never seems to be a point from the other side. There shouldn't be sides. People come in to argue with us constantly about nothing. I don't know what Math was coming in for, really. Talking about a straight line, but he came to tell us that there's a hump.
Hey, yeah. Speaking of fucking Charles, and speaking of fucking contradictions, right? How's this for a fucking contradiction? Your name is Flat Earth Charles. Your fucking avatar is a
Flat
globe.
Earth Math, he's called.
Whatever. Flat Earth. You got a fucking globe on your shit. What the fuck, man? Like, I still don't know what the fuck. Why? You've been in here several times and said everything that you've said for the globe, not flat Earth. Change that shit.
Model afflicted. Go on.
Yeah, I've noticed Flat Earth Math. He'll only stay in here long enough to when he really starts getting pinched, and then he leaves. He was starting to feel some serious heat, and that nervous laughter. What is that silly little giggle?
It's always there, isn't it? Same time. I don't know whether it's that's what he's after. Those comments. It seems weird. I think the paralogisms have been bred into each other. That they think it's ridiculous. I mean, I think the hump is ridiculous, but they may think differently.
Well, I can definitely say one thing for definitely sure. Let's see if he's still in here. No, he's not still in here. But Rob was definitely right before when he said he's definitely a teacher. Like, he definitely acts sounds, articulates words like a teacher.
Yeah, but he waited till after everybody was gone to talk about this stuff, so that makes sense too.
Well, David's just put, Bev showed that 2 points on a water level are collinear. Everyone knows that. That is true whether water level is curved or planar. Like as if there's some sort of they don't know whether water level is curved or planar. Yet an auto level is horizontal. Definitely. Oh, wow. Brainwashing attempts by David in the chat. You've been fooled. Look into it yourself. Just check for yourself with anyone about water levels. Just check with David. David wants you to check it for yourself. Look into this for yourself on David's behalf. Please do not take my word for this.
Hey, Bev.
Yes.
So the next guy in the chat is flat wrong. And look at what he said. Why don't you show him your 3-point water level, idiot?
Do you think that math knows that his problem of detecting any rise or drop in that water level is like he wouldn't be able to even if he wanted to with his worldview?
Yeah, I don't think he can. I really don't.
I mean, like, think about it. If the instruments that you would think that he didn't say, he said it's $1 million question, but the ones who have said, shout out RBD face, you wouldn't be able to detect it anyway, right? I mean, or is that?
I don't know. He said he said you could have a water level and gain a 90-foot hump just by making it longer.
Yeah, but well, he evoked hydrostatic equilibrium and then doesn't understand the physics of it because a 90-foot raise, that's defying physics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to them, hydrostatic equilibrium means curve.
Yeah, but what happens is if you take point A and C, right, and keep them at 0 pressure, and then if you lift up the center 90 feet, you would gain 90 feet worth of pressure at A and C.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But they would have that as 0, wouldn't they? Just a equilibrium with 90 feet of pressure. Yeah.
It's beyond words. To even contemplate such a thing.
Something has not told them to think about that, right? Their model affliction, paralogisms have just blinded them to it.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, he tried to correct me, was saying, "No, you mean level." It's like, no, the physics says horizontal.
And teachers, I don't know. I wouldn't say. I mean, really, teaching? Do teachers really teach that sort of stuff?
That's what I was saying. I think that's why he waited till everybody was gone before he talked to us. No way you would say those things in front of other people. No way. Maybe would.
Yeah, it'd be the only teacher left in the... I mean, who would go against you though, right? Because you know what happens. If you're talking, oh, I'm a big glober, right? And you say some really stupid shit that has to happen on a globe. And somebody goes, are you sure? And they'll go, what, are you a flat earther? And that can be bad in a teacher composition, right? If you're in a school and somebody says something stupid and you go, are you sure? And then they just turn around and say, you must be a flat earther. Hey, everybody, look over here. We've got a flat earther. Look at this retard moron. That's how you talk to flat earthers, right? Imagine you doing that in a school position. Because somebody had the nerve to question whether level might be horizontal or not. Who knows? What if you're a kid and you happen to ask somebody if level is horizontal and you've got somebody like Flat Earth Math as your teacher? What would he think of you? Troubling times. Because I am just saying that I've never heard of anything any other different other than when I came to Discord and Twitter. And some of the experts that are around here that know all of this stuff, but they have no ability to show you or talk to you about it or run you through a logical or geometric proof of it. It's a joke. But they definitely have a model.
It really is comical at this point, and I certainly am glad to be a part of this show. You just got to wonder where we're going next.
Yeah. Like I say, we are open for conversation. That is where we learn. Now, I don't want to be doxing anybody. I don't want anybody to be coming and doxing anybody. I definitely do not want any gratuitous globe science to be happening live. I don't want to ever see anybody enjoying themselves with globe science in that way again. And I will try and not trigger the globe science guys by talking about Earth curvature too much. But still, I would like to have compile a list of what people think Earth curvature is. If we can have a definition of it, that would be good. Compile a definition, then we can have a mean definition of what Earth curvature is. I don't know whether we could do that as a poll or something. Maybe. Paradox acceptance. Here we come.
Welcome, one and all.
And I have to say it again. We're not flat earthers. We just after some sort of a talk about reality and how you can prove anything in reality. We're just after positive proofs in reality of anything, really. Let's come and have a discussion about it. Anything you think you can prove, this is the place where we talk about it. And we particularly talk about geometry and logic.
But even if you have something that you think is important that you don't have a proof for, you can come talk, because I certainly do that all the time. I talk about things that I cannot prove, but yet I still think they might have some value.
Yeah, that's worth a chat about all sorts of things. Keep it logical though, right? this illogic. Well, I mean, no, we can still learn things from illogical thinking, but as long as we can discuss it.
The point is, I have proven that you can come in here and say whatever you'd like, and you're still going to be treated kindly.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, we will always try and do our best. We like to talk. I'm gonna talk and start a new debate method where the purpose will be to try to not use trigger words, because not being a flat earther doesn't seem to be enough. Certain words, obviously, they've been banned from certain servers before we got kicked out, before we weren't allowed to use any words. But that's shown us that there are certain ways of talking to people about things without initiating a trigger response. And whenever you hit that trigger response, you're in trouble. Because that's normally shuts down the conversation or causes the people you're talking to into that trigger response, which will enable them to use all of the preconceived baggage that they have. So we'd like to try and stop people going to that. Try and get people on the Socratic method. A question with a question. That's a good one.
That's going to be painful as hell. Socratic method. You think it would be easy, right? Wrong.
What do you mean a straight line?
Well, you can learn from questions, right? The Socratic method is asking questions. So if the idea is to ask a question always at the end of what you're doing, so you could try and answer and then ask a question back again.
So how many people did we make it past the straight line when we attempted to do that? I think one person made it past.
Well, I say we've never got the 12, right? Nobody's ever bothered coming to run through the 12 yet. We've never had any... I don't know. No one. I might have to run through a couple of people with it.
I always remember having a problem with the straight line. Have conversations for an hour about a straight line.
It's fantastic. And obviously the people don't want to talk about it. I'm more interested at the minute about paralogisms. This is fantastic. This is the reason people can't talk to us, I think. There's some sort of a mental block or a painfulness that they have to turn away from the conversation. They know that when they come to talk to us, there will be something that's distressing within the conversation, and they will then feel some sort of an anger or whatever, and then they go away feeling hurt. They have to make up stories about how they've felt, and then that then teaches them to not bother coming back again to have the conversation. So I don't know whether it's a curse or... I don't know, are you... Are you troubled by trolls? Do you have them chasing round and following you everywhere? Well, come here. Come and have a chat with us. They don't really want to come here. Obviously, we get some in the chat. There's a couple. We have a couple of Australian number 2s in the Discord. But I mean, there's not many, is there? I mean, how many? 2 or 3? It's a shame. It's a shame. Straight lines. Tomorrow is Friday. Free for all Friday. I haven't got a clue what we're going to be doing. I don't know how to make it easier with the shared straight line section. I guess we've never really gone over anybody. Let everybody have a guess at what's going to go on. I can't really make it any simpler. But if there is a hump, then it's pretty obvious that you can't do a shared straight line segment test and end up with everything like it should be now. I can set up a test for tomorrow, hopefully. And I'll show you how we set up the water level test and how we will be setting it up again in future times. Do that tomorrow. Just before the free-for-all Friday. I'll just to get everybody happy. Wow, look at that. We've got it in the chat. It didn't take long for it to come around, does it?
They are really trying hard.
Copy. I mean, it has been a while. But that's probably... Somebody says, because people don't like misinformation and the accusations of all science lies. Plus, people teach this FE nonsense to their children, which is child abuse, plain and simple. Like, there's no FE stuff around here. Nobody has said science lies. You're making that up. Why do people do that? Why do trolls say such disgusting stuff? It's just a plain untruth.
There's nothing else to say. They realize how stupid they are to make these water claims, and they're lashing out. They have nothing else to say.
They can't get the reaction that they want from you, so they will say things that they know, they think will try to get that reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, my lad's fine. Don't worry about it. I'd say that that's a bit worrying, though, to know that they're coming back with this again. This, I mean, this sort of talk is what brought me in here. If there weren't people doing this, I wouldn't be here. So, you might end up with a few more people like me coming and joining us. To know that there are people out there that still think like that. And I guess we're in the middle of an arena of people that are like that. That's the is that the Professor Dave type globe earth character? I would say so, but again, not flat. Go on.
Yeah, they're all the same when you paint them into that same corner. They have nowhere to go, so they have to lash out. Or go away, and they can't go away. They've already proven that. If they do go away, then we'll get a chance to talk to some people that are logical and critical thinkers, and that is their worst nightmare.
Yeah, I think that's why they're still around here. These people doing this to show everybody else that might want to come and have a chat with us, that this is how people think about things. Even when you just say, you're not a flat earther, level is horizontal, and that's how we know and we can prove it's not flat. That's troubling to people. Obviously, as well, troubling to people that have no children. Obviously, because if you had children, you would never say that to anybody.
What about those who teach children?
Not Admiral Sensible. I do this YouTube channel of a weekday night. So, yeah, I do this YouTube channel. Euclid tonight. But thanks for coming and watching. Thanks for being in the chat. Always good to have people, new people. Yeah, weekday nights. We do Model Affliction Mondays, where we talk about how the model affects people. Or any different model, it doesn't really matter. Tuesdays we do Logic Night, where we talk about logic. Wednesdays is Hump Day. We normally go over a video of something, some misapprehensions, some sort of stuff that people have, misunderstandings of stuff. And Thursdays, like today, is Euclid, where we try and show people the geometry of stuff. People obviously get mistaken about straight lines and curves. And Free for All Fridays tomorrow. You can come and join us if you want. So, Free for All Fridays tomorrow. I'll try and sort out something that will help everybody understand what the shared straight line test is, just with water levels. Using the fact that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And show you that, show how to realize Euclid in the shared straight line section. Just that. I mean, everybody can talk about it afterwards, whether they think a water level establishes a horizontal plane, and if it doesn't establish a horizontal plane, how the meeting of the 2 points would work with a shared straight line segment. Yeah, I do. I am a carer full time. 24/7. Admiral. Yeah, thanks. It's all right. We get by. Mainly we get by with a lot of laughter and fun. In the meantime, normally let our hair down of a weekend. But I mean, we have fun all day, every day. Maybe make a few videos, do stuff. Life is good at the minute. Thank you very much. So, I guess we're going to go and hit the after party in Discord. If you want to come and join us, come and join us. Got quite a few new people. Thank you very much for joining us. And anybody want any final words for tonight? I'll get ready, bust the song ready.
I'm gonna have to jump over to the YouTube.
I'll try not to play 2 this time. Any
Yeah, play 2.
Play 2.
Anyways, I'll be in YouTube. Thanks, Ben.
Okay. Anyone got any final words? Or am I just playing a Buster song? Let's have a... Anyone got any requests for Buster? No? Okay, dokie. Well, we are gonna have... I don't know, what did we have? We have one chance. I think we had one chance and I messed it up at the... So I'm gonna end it with that. Thank you very much for joining us. Euclid night. It got a little bit weird. Hump of water delivered to us by Flat Earth Math. Sometimes the Flat Earthers are the strangest ones. And join us tomorrow. Free for All Friday. I'll have a go at explaining what a straight line is and a shared straight line segment and how to how we did it. You can think of your own. Join us tomorrow. World's famous Buster. One chance.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.